Hello everybody and welcome back to the Cash Game World Championship hosted by Coin Poker. I am your host, Johan Merlo, and this is day 12 of 28. We're not even midway through the challenge yet. And breaking records, we have 72 unique entrants in the leaderboard actually, whereas the last one had 43 total, so we far exceeded the previous edition. These players have been putting in incredible volume to try and climb through the ranks. We're going to have some guests in a few moments, trying to get them online. And okay, let me set up the show tables as priority so we can focus on that as well. We got 6 tables currently running, which are 5 of them are full, 1 of them has 1 seat. So good amount of action here in the afternoon. Oops, no Prodigy. Prodigy is not there indeed. Not yet at least. He is at the tables. Already grinding. And I'm going to wait until guests join me and then we'll go over the leaderboards together so I don't end up doing it multiple times. I even already have a hand loaded up, which looked interesting. Prodigy here in the hand with exploitable. Didn't quite see what happened, but there is a lot of money already in the middle. On the river, we're going to have a jam. A pretty quick fold. Jack 10 suited on this one. It's pretty cool. Actually, the leaderboards has been improved quite a bit too with additional numbers. Yesterday, the number, I think it's very well presented as well. Like the number for the additional hands played in the previous day was added, as well as the exact amount in EV change. And I think here they are. What's up, guys?
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, thank you for joining once more.
Yeah, probably won't stay for very long today, like an hour or two.
Okay, and I mean that's plenty. No pressure. Always welcome to join for however long you want. And we have Berbatov as well in the house. Not sure if he's quite ready yet. Did you check the leaderboards, Hierophant?
No.
Okay.
By the way, why does Berbatov have like a different Discord account?
Usually, you know, when people have multiple mobile phones, it's because they're in multiple relationships. So I don't know if this is one of those cases here. For I don't know. We can ask him in a minute when he'll join. He'll tell us.
Goofy guy.
I wish I had that luxury, man. It's not that.
What's up, man?
How are you guys doing?
How you doing?
I'm good, mate. How about you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, actually, I was really hyped when I saw the leaderboard update today. I mean, not that I wish for anybody to fall, but I do wish for a close race between those guys. And I see that Kevin, he played 5K hands in a day. How is that even possible?
He's different breed. I was just about to ask because I saw him briefly on stream with like a massive stack.
5K hands.
It makes sense. Yeah, that's fucking insane.
He could qualify for the final prizes in 4 days. He doesn't need 28 days. That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. By the way, how is my sound? Because the reason I wanted to join with phone is because through my laptop it's really shit.
It's all right. It's all right.
There's a little bit of echo. There's a little bit of echo, but it's like we can understand you.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
So try to join on my phone too, and then I just leave in the call with this one so I can see the stream on my.
Okay. Sounds like a hell of a setup.
Yeah, the circles, man.
So, did you guys see how close it is now? It's like one buy-in apart for Kevin and Davy. Pretty hype, I think.
Do you mind linking the
stream?
leaderboards?
Yeah, give me a sec. Now you can use this as preview right there.
Oh, I can just open stream.
Yeah. That's the best way to do it usually.
Twitch is more GTO than YouTube, right?
Yeah. It's I believe the delay is like way less, but I don't know exactly how much. Hierophant, any thoughts on the leaderboard?
My favorite track is number 6. I'm so happy. The Japanese legend.
Oh my god, 80K! Wait, so he's in the best days then? Yeah, he's the 5th best day that anybody has had. That's yesterday.
How much was Kevin up yesterday?
8? No, 7, yeah. 73K in EV. 5K hands though, my god. I thought there was a glitch today when I saw this. I was like, how? Like, it's not even physically possible to play this much. Flushy, 3.5K.
Yeah, that's really good. I think it's also good that they added that feature in the leaderboard itself.
Yeah.
So you can see what happened yesterday.
Shout out to
Is that Sherry Sweet? Is that what's his name again?
CMX.
GG or whatever.
Hierophant, do you know?
Sherry Sweet's GG neck.
Yeah, what are you asking, Barbatov, exactly?
No, I guess I'm asking if it's the same guy who played the Mid-States Championship.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I played it once against him last year. So.
Voidament, by the way, was on 100K, and then he lost 50K, and then 42, and suddenly he's only up one buy-in.
I can imagine him playing high varied style as well.
Limitless winning a little. Prodigy.
Now we go down
in the red.
Does anyone know that I can't even pronounce it? It seems like a Chinese name, 7777.
Xiao Jun.
Yeah.
I think he's. I believe he's like a Macau, maybe live reg. I'm not sure. It seems like there's a little bit of mystery around him, but some players know who he is.
I think he's like holding the heads up lobbies for what it's worth. So
yeah,
there must be some sort of respect, I guess.
And then Barak didn't play. Joe Adams lost 3 buy-ins in EV. Decky winning a little, 13K.
Joe Adams still with the legendary Sunrun. Same on with the jackpots on GG.
Dunkaroos almost 8 buy-ins down in EV. Yolan.
And the guys that I'm rooting for are like all the way down to the bottom. I'm rooting for Luca Barrett and Linus.
Yeah, it's not been easy. Seems like Linus for now is still not playing more. Maybe he's taking a few days break, or he's done. Who knows? We'll find out.
That's such a boring pick to root for, though. He roots for Linus. That's so boring.
Okay, who do you root for?
Pick a funnier guy.
What bet cat?
Not.
And besides.
Not. Yeah. I picked a guy who literally no one even knows.
Okay, I'm gonna root for Third Son Twitch because he fucked me up so hard in heads up, so it would be less embarrassing if he wins. Then I can just say, yeah, it's no shame. He's that good when he ships this. So okay, Third Son Twitch.
When did you play him in heads up?
Beginning of this year, 2K. On ACR. He was really good. I told you about him. He was really good.
Somebody in chat.
The same guy you told me about.
He retired me from heads up.
Wow, that's strong.
I'm pretty sure I saw you playing afterwards.
Yeah, that was costly as well.
Somebody asked in chat, where's Prodigy? Yeah, he went from being in the green, EV-wise, to now in the reds. Minus 4K, not the biggest of deals, but
yeah, no shame.
Unfortunately, he's not running hot in that he's quite a few buy-ins on the EV, 6 buy-ins. Hopefully, we'll pick up for him. Okay, I saw a hand earlier that looked interesting. So let me actually see what one of the players had. Actually,
Kevin or TaxHere was also the highest volume guy last year, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was rigged in him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and this year again.
Wait, the guy that's... I think the guy that won a stack from... who played 1 orbits and that won a stack from Owen is back.
Who is he?
SLS. SLS something. SLS 521. This guy right there. He played 1 orbit and he won a full stack from Owen. So Owen was talking about it yesterday on the stream. It was really funny. I think he's back. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I'm
The
gonna tell
classic
Owen.
hit and run. You gotta love it.
I'm gonna tell Owen about it. One sec. I need to message him. Like, this is too good.
Well, at least he got a chance to win it back. So should be
Well, I
fine.
think he might have sat out now. He might have just played 1 more orbit and then he played a big hand actually. Let's see how that went for him. I'll bring up the replayer. So here it is. SLS, Mr. Hit and Run on Prodigy. 3 bets the button versus exploitables open under the gun. Davy Jones called for in the small blinds. Is there anything to make of the sizings here? How deep are we? It's just 100 bigs for SLS, but Davy also 100 deep. It feels like a big... Or does it feel like a small 3-bet and a big 4-bet? Or what do you guys think of the sizing?
Seems kind of normal, like slightly on the smaller side, I guess, for the 3-bet, and then the 4-bet is normal.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
It's the only time I'm gonna agree with Hero Fanny today on this stream.
What's the bottom of the...
I'm just gonna say the opposite for now.
What's the bottom and top of the calling range here for SLS? Like, does he have aces in the top, and what does he have in the bottom of the calling range?
Ace Queen suited, I guess. Just about makes it into a call.
Okay. King Queen suited is a fold, right?
Some pockets are indifferent, let's call it.
Yeah. So like 10s, 9s?
Yeah.
What about King Queen suited?
I think whatever you 3-bet, I think whichever pocket pair you 3-bet, except like Queens plus, they're indifferent against 4-bet, so even Jacks I would assume are indifferent.
Okay. What about King Queen suited?
I mean, I'd folds, but I'm not very good at pre-flop. Maybe that's wrong.
Yeah, I feel like when I've looked that up, it was you meant to fold those hands. I think he was Ace Queen plus, I believe, something like this.
Yeah, and even if it's close, it just sucks that like when you hit like a good pair, you're still not loving life. You're kind of in bluff catching mode still. It feels like at least.
So he calls, and then
that's different as well.
We head to 975 rainbow. Is the sizing here? Is it always going to be a quarter, or like how does it work if you want to do another sizing? Is it one sizing? How would you break down the spot for Davy after he 4-bets?
When the positions are this tight, your overpairs, like Davy's overpairs, are extremely concentrated towards aces and kings specifically. And aces and kings need less protection, so I would assume you play mostly like free street game plans. Or at least I wouldn't polarize on the flop. Because you don't really... Even like pocket jacks are folding pre, and even if you did have like pocket jacks that needed protection, they wouldn't be worth a stack, right? So you're mostly designing a range around aces and kings.
Yeah, indeed, like pretty specific spot where the range are that tight. This spot exactly, but sometimes you see also like a 2-street game plan or even a 1-street game plan. But I guess this one is more towards what... Well, I don't know how to call you, like Sacrum, Marcus, Hero. I don't know what Hero says.
So we do get a bit more than...
But But it wouldn't surprise me if it's also some other stuff possible.
Yeah, a bit more than quarter.
If Davy does, it should be the correct play, I guess.
SLS calls, and then we head to a 3 of clubs. And it feels like a card that doesn't really matter there. And Davy,
Yeah, super blank.
With this size, or like with these stacks left here, then how do you decide how much to bet exactly?
I go quarter with ace queen and I jam it with my kings.
I would just play geometric.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's again like a bit of a tricky spot, but as it's rainbow and everything, and as again what Hero said about like your range being so heavily towards kings and aces, don't need much protection, etc.
Yeah.
You can just give him a fucked up SPR for the river, basically, or still put some. You don't have to jam, I guess, but you could jam.
But you said you're going geometric, Hierophant, but isn't geometric like on the river the gas like what's left in the pots? Well, now he already has less, so then if you bet, he's gonna have even less.
Yeah, so geometric is just like a block or something, like slightly more than a block.
Okay, so like 1.5 or 1.8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like slightly more, I would guess, like 2K or something. But I mean, like the exact sizing really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It could go slightly over or slightly below, and it's whatever.
So he does 2.8, and SLS jams. Once he jams here, what do you expect? Like, wouldn't most very strong hands just call, or is there actual fold equity existing here? And it's only like 3K more to, or a bit more than 3K to win a 20K pot.
No, I feel like he just jams to fold out equity from bluffs. Like,
yeah,
Davy's value is like queens plus, and he's never folding it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still some of that to be said, but it's just overcards. I guess if it's, for example, if SLS still has a bunch of aces, for example, jam and that, you just fold out bluffs basically. Would make some.
Intuitively, it feels to me like a spot where he shouldn't have like many shoves.
Yeah, that's basically my point. Yeah. Just you're in that type of spot.
Yeah, but the SPR, like, there's so little left behind that you tend to play shoves anyway, sometimes, even on these boards, where, like, seemingly there's no reason to.
Sometimes also a spot where if this happens and SLS doesn't play any shoves, you kind of give Davy Jones less incentive to do a certain move on the river. That's why I still sometimes play shoves, but I'm not sure if that's the case here. It feels face up to me, but I could be wrong. Just a shove.
So we do get a call, and Davy has kings, and SLS has ace jack suited.
No way. Okay. I take.
Oh, he gets her as well.
Oh, I run it twice. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I got that one at a time, so they chop it up.
That kind of deserved a bink, to be honest. To just
he showed some courage.
Yeah, he showed some courage.
Yeah, very interesting.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of tough to find any like meaningful bluff here. Like, what do you bluff here? It's impossible to have anything.
Yeah, like 6-7 or something.
Yeah, like there's just like very low frequency free bet, and
yeah, but you arrive with some of them. If you also have 8-7, those type of things.
All right, there was another hand. You know, it's funny actually because I loaded a hand and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go back to check the exact card of one of them, and then I'll go back to the hand, right? And then I go back one hand, and that was this one that we just did. I just saw like there was 20K in the middle, so. Let me check the other one. So the other one's between Jerry Woo and Exploitable. And Exploitable has aces. So I'll bring it up on stream now. Jerry Woo opens hijack, 2.25. Exploitable does 1250, and Jerry Wu calls. And yeah, we were 100 bigs to start the hand with. 4-4-5 flop with 2 hearts, and he continues for half. Is that personally? I did a coaching once, and the coach recommended for me when I 3-bet out of position to do 50% a lot. So is that a simple thing to implement and simplify this spot, or is it far more complex than this? And it's just 50% this one time here.
No, you can pretty much just play B50 as your only size.
Okay.
After big blind 3-bets. Basically, it's kind of like geometric for free streets, B50. And from the big blind, you're playing a polarized range.
Yeah, so
by
conceptually,
default.
it also makes sense.
So it's not so much about the ball being paired as much as it's the big blind 3-bet.
Yeah, but it's also how I think about it. It's in terms of simplifying like flop sizings. If you just understand your strategy well and your range well, and you execute latest reads well, it doesn't matter that much. You could still make some errors, but for example, on this board, just simplifying to B50, I just like it personally. So I think that coaching session that you received, the guy gave you good advice. I like it.
Okay. We do see a call. 9 of diamonds on the turn.
But I'm pretty sure you can't just bet with these positions. You can't bet like range anymore. You should be a bit more careful, because the Gary Wu's range is already pretty strong because of pre-flop and everything.
Yeah, because it's hijack. Yeah. It checks around on the 9 of diamonds, and then on the Queen of Clubs river, exploitable jams. What is he repping here? What's the strong hands and what's the bluffs you guys can think of?
It's just repping ace queen
Yeah, exactly.
plus.
Yeah, king queen, ace queen plus.
And you can bluff kind of whatever. Like I would assume you would want unblockers. So like at least one low card somehow, just not that easy to have, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot to pick from. The value range is very clear though. It's just ace queen plus.
You mean like unblockers because you wanna, let's say with like a random 7-8, you wanna block, you don't wanna block 7s and 8s, for example. That's why I mean unblockers.
Yeah, but I think a 7 is still like, okay, you block 7s, but you don't really block anything beyond that. Except, okay, maybe 7-6 or something, but...
I think in the challenge, everyone finds the low frequency 7-6, they find it pure, because they all want to go to war. Nah, I don't know.
Is ace-king in this line?
Yeah. Or what do you mean? Like, if he's shoving it on the river, exploitable?
Yeah. Like, would he have c-bet half, check turn, and then jam river like this with ace-king?
I feel like you still have some check EV, but that's what I think. So yeah,
like from these positions
on the border.
If in position has like a jack here, I think you should just bluff it.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then.
And so for Jerry, what's kind of like what's the bottom of his calling range? Yeah, the bottom of his calling range, you guys think?
I mean, any queen is indifferent, I would guess. Except ace queen. So ace queen plus is just snapping off, and beyond that, it's just mixed.
How about like 8?
He's also yeah. I'm more curious also about that part of the range. What you think? Because yeah, most of the queen X is sort of indifferent slash will be calling. I think king queen will also just be a call. I think, because he will just think, okay, exploitable sometimes also has king queen still in this line, but it's the rest of the range I think is more interesting. So what do you think of that?
Jacks, 8s, 7s, all these hands.
Yeah, exactly. Those hands. What do you think of that, hero?
So jacks and 10s I'm definitely folding. 8s and 7s feel slightly better.
Why jacks and
But
tens you're folding, but then you're thinking about the lower pairs?
Well, again, it's kind of like about having unblockers. So it's more likely, in my opinion, that exploitable is bluffing with a 10 in his hand or a jack compared to like a 6 or a 7. Like if he has a 7 in his hand, like first of all he would probably barrel turn with like 6-7 and 7-8. But also he just doesn't have like many because of pre-flop in the first place. But he could bet check bet shove here with like ace 10 king 10 or something quite easily, I would say. So 10 blocks bluffs and jack a jack blocks bluffs as well. I could be wrong, but just like the first thought he had.
Is it like a concept where you might want to call more tens and jacks because you can inflict emotional pain on the opponent and he will likely more tilt? Is that a
Yeah.
thing? Because he's a really
Especially
big, he's a
especially
really
if
big
you
blocker
don't like
nerd,
the
so you
spot.
know he will tilt.
If you really don't like the spot, you can just always fold, but sometimes just RNG like a snap call with pocket jacks.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
fold
exactly.
fold
Yeah,
every ever catcher, but sometimes just snap off of jacks.
yeah. No, it's all for the tilt equity there.
Yeah, anyway, going back to like the blockers conversation, you would also rather just call with board pairs, and that's like a very common heuristic that board pairs call more than pocket pairs, because even like pocket sevens, like exploitable might still be bluffing with a 7, but if you have like ace 5 or something, like exploitable is never bluffing with a 5, you know, so we're unblocking more bluffs. So yeah, like that's the way I
And
would
it's like
approach it.
always, and especially if it's the higher the card, the more. Maybe this is not the best scenario, but sometimes it's also in the value range. So it's always a positive blocker if he's never bluffing it, but he has it for value. It's always a good blocker.
Roberto is asking the real questions, by the way. He's like, "Hey, do you think that guy, when he's on vacation in Spain in 2 weeks, he's gonna think back of that hand, like, and feel maximum pain?" I love that. So how about?
I hope so. That's the goal, man.
So for Jerry Wu, how about a 5? What if I told you that he has a 5, specifically ace 5 suited? Is that a reasonable call here?
I think Hero can answer this question better. To be honest, I find these spots pretty tough to face. It's always a bit. Also because you want to play just a good strategy, but it's also again usually for me pretty opponent related. Yeah, exploitable with the nuts. That wouldn't surprise me. That guy just has value all the time versus me. So, but I guess it's a decent combo. I guess to sometimes call. What do you think, Hero?
I mean, ace 5 seems like a very good calling combo. Like, it's probably still indifferent, but yeah, like thinking about it like first level blockers, this feels really good.
All right.
Like the ace blocks ace queen and aces as well. Like it might block some bluffs, but it blocks ace queen and aces. So the ace is probably not a bad blocker, and 5 can only be strictly positive, as Joyce said.
Yeah, interesting hand for sure.
And what do you think about the exploitable having the value again, Hero?
I know I actually haven't played much with him. I only played like a couple of sessions, I think, lifetime.
Nah, I'm just joking. I don't think he's like a nit or something, but he just always has it versus me, so that's why there's some some of that in me.
Sounds like a nut.
Nah, I don't think he's like.
Isn't it like the Brazilian players are supposed to be pretty aggro and have like a lot of bluffs and stuff as well?
Yeah. So when I'm ranting about him to friends or something, I always call him like the fake Brazilian, but.
It's like a Belarusian dude who moved to Brazil just to have the flag, and he's just collecting. He's just collecting ever since.
Yeah. No, I love it. That's good. I used to be like really strong in the country reads, but now I toned it down a bit.
I literally just forget to look up the country. I have no idea where people are, like the ones I'm playing.
Your head is thinking too much about the irrelevant stuff like theory and blockers. You just need to think more about that stuff, man.
Some money's been lost paying too much attention to the flag.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, because I play like semi-consistent hours. Okay, not recently, but for a long time I played semi-consistent hours, and I kind of just play the same people over and over again, and I kind of just know them like personally, you know. Like I look at the nick and I can tell you so much about them. So like looking at the flag is kind of superfluous because like country reads are like never gonna be as powerful as like individual reads, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
The narc says, for fuck's sake, tell the guy in the toilet to use a bloody proper mic. So I'm thinking he's referring to me. So I mean, I was already afraid for that. I could try again on my phone, actually.
It's good enough. Just let him rant. Trust me.
No. I mean, I noticed it too last time, actually. So, but yeah, if nobody minds, except for the narc, he seems to mind.
Oh my god. So funny, his nickname is the Narc too.
How's it going for you, Johan? You're still having fun with the rail? You're on the grind a lot?
Yeah, actually, I played a little bit last night. I was going to do a second stream last night, and then the tables were completely dead, and then they started for a little bit, but it was like short-handed and didn't last long, so I was like, all right, I'll just play then. So I did like 4 hours grind, and I streamed 3 hours of it. And
Okay.
I was punting hard, actually. It's so sick. Like
I watched your stream for a bit, actually, but
Yeah.
it's always too late for me. I'm already like in bed. not
It's
trying
so
to
weird.
think
Like
about
I
it.
play some hands, and
Think about
after the hand, I look at it, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like I'm legitimately disabled or something. Like what is this? Like some guy 3-bet me, and I 4-bet with Ace King, and we're like 180 deep. So it's like I shouldn't even 4-bet. I should just call. And then he 5-bets, and and he has aces, and I'm like, what? I'm so bad.
I think that 50NL Russian cash specifically, that pool is also dangerous for that stuff.
Yeah. But I still finished up 3 lines though. Voted.
That's good, man.
Easy
That's
game.
good. Berbert have taken the term toilet rack to the next level. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, no, yeah. Like I'm proud. I'm a proud toilet rack, and I represent that with how I talk in the mic.
Are you in a small room, or like what was with the echo?
Yeah, I mean, it's like my laptop is quite far away, and I guess it's picking up the mic from my laptop. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try with my phone actually. Because I'm getting confident on myself now. Okay, I'm here back in a sec.
Okay. Oh my god, that's too good.
He's taking a toilet break.
He was already on the toilet, so he just hung up for a minute to handle his business. Did you watch the Mechanics of Poker podcast with the Mistakes guys?
I kind of skipped through it.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Actually, a lot of nice stories. I don't know if you know that story about Sherry Sweet, how he had like a 20K roll, and he lost it all down to $120, and then he rebuilt. That's pretty insane listening to this.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's kind of like insane.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, no.
What
Hello?
is shit?
Sorry, say something?
Test.
So you were in the toilet,
Say
now
more.
you're under the bed?
Hey, listen, man, if you guys are gonna clown me more, I'm just gonna buy like the sickest mic ever. And
You should.
just out of tilt. And then,
There's some very decent mics out there for affordable.
no, is it good?
Yeah, it's all right, yeah. It might have been better before, but maybe this guy in the chat will disagree, and then he's gonna start. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Berbatov, like, you have this thread on 2+2, so what motivated that?
Do you hear me well now? Now I put in earphones. They were still connected to my laptop. Is it good?
Yeah. It's better. It's for sure
Okay.
better, yeah.
Okay, slightly less of a toilet rack right now. Yes. If it's gonna lag or it's like shit sound, just let me know. Then I just go back to PC.
Yeah, don't
stop
worry.
worrying. It's good now. It's good.
About your question, Johan, Yeah, it was in the start that I needed some accountability, and now I just find it fun to, I don't know, write about it and that stuff.
When did you make it exactly, and like how often do you make updates to it?
Well, I made it when I just started out in cash, and I was in like time of my life during COVID where I could use some motivation or accountability. I was starting in the micros, and I was really punting it off and not taking it serious, and I wanted to take it serious, and I thought maybe this could work for accountability, and it would be fun if I achieved something that I showed it that I achieved something or something. So that was the main motivation in the beginning.
Okay.
And now I just update it whenever, basically. It's kind of random. So now I was doing really well, and then I fucked up again pretty hard, or I took a long break, and all the time when I played, I was basically punting or not being a professional. And then at some point, okay, I'm gonna update the blog again. I'm gonna be a professional again, kind of like that. And now I try to update again.
Nice. You ever saw this post by Linus that he made a long time ago? I think he was playing No Limit 10 at the time.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's cool stuff.
So maybe you're gonna have the same story. You'll be the new Linus. We'll go back to this thread and be like, hey, look, this guy started out at this time.
I think it's unlikely that I will become the new Linus, but
With that attitude, yeah.
No, it's yeah.
You should have just said yes.
No, easy.
Quite a lot of us sickos had a blog. OTB had a blog. Marcus had a blog. It's kind of like a rite of passage.
It's still up, yours? Hierophant, you had one too, or?
No,
Oh, okay.
I didn't. Stefan did though.
Yeah, I like that one too. Like it's like some shit is super random about like bathroom decorations, all pages with people fighting in Russian over it, and I'm just reading it like, what is this? And then others like almost give me goosebumps how fucking sick the posts are about, how what he's been through or something, It's a funny but really cool blog in my opinion from Stefan.
Yeah, just before his downfall, he started a Twitter account. And he had like the sickest posts. Like I read those posts and I was like, Jesus, this guy is like, he's good. Like I can tell he's good at poker. And then I watched him play, and he just like kept losing and playing bad.
Yeah. This game is kind of brutal in that part. Like you can be the biggest professor with that stuff, but you're still getting judged by how you're doing, right? Like recently and everything.
Yeah.
Although I think his play, he was also not winning in terms of EV or something. So we should also be honest there.
I mean, I'm not gonna flame him again, but
okay.
I will say I used to be a big fan, and I'm a fan of his blog. There's some good stuff in the blog.
Yeah, no, I'm a
some
fan as well. I still am. But yeah, I thought it was a bit unfortunate almost that you see he was also a big motivation and you see him fall down or something. It's always painful to see. And I still hope for a comeback, honestly.
And never say never.
I think it's likely.
I think it's unlikely, but who knows?
Do you know what he's playing nowadays?
No idea. Like with his public stream names, he's not really playing, I think.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine, like, it's probably like nearly impossible to go from playing high stakes like this guy was to like getting any sort of like regular job. It's like what it is you're ever supposed to do.
You should just become a content creator in Russian. There's like a very big market for it.
But you mean like, so like what would it be exactly?
Like making YouTube and streaming on Twitch. He could join Daniel playing like 100 NL on Twitch. He could do like side bets and stuff.
It seems like it takes a certain type of personality, and like if somebody's never done it, for them to make the jump and actually start doing it is not that likely.
Yeah, but Steffi, he would be so good at it. I would watch every day. I don't even speak Russian, and I would watch.
Send him a message.
Some people just
Tell him.
have a personality for it.
Yeah.
You know, they just attract attention.
Yeah. That does sound fun, actually.
I used to rewatch these faults as well from him, even though he's just talking in Russian. I just watch it without sound or something. For me, it was interesting as well. But I see what you mean. But it's also, again, like with poker, with this market where if you just like you're not super good in certain things that will trigger the algorithm, or like purely like entertaining in certain ways, we will still watch, especially when it's Stefan. But when you're really good, people will still watch. You know, that's also, I guess, the poker market in that sense. And then Stefan is, of course, Stefan. Everyone is interested, including me.
Drop him a message, guys. Give him some advice. Let's go. You never know. He's a bit of an enigma in a way, like he's well known and known off. But as far as like, for example, coming on the stream last time, he didn't do it. He just gave he did give a couple interviews here and there. Like I remember he did one before the first high stakes championship, I believe, with Kaki. Like there was this whole video where he was like smoking a cigar and everything.
Yeah, yeah, that was sick. It has been taken down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah.
SK Ill in the chat said, FFS, every time I go to bed now, I'm going to have to check for Berberthaus under the bed.
Yeah, nice one, man. At least it's working now, so you can sleep well again, Mr. SK. And what do you guys think of this lineup that we're watching right now? It seems pretty tough, like Prodigy, Beppe, Asian, and Davy.
Flushy's the whale. Oh, there's another whale. Oh.
Come on, there is no easy lineups in this challenge.
No, that's true, but like there's still levels. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
I haven't played enough against almost anyone
to
really say, but there are some lines where you could argue, you know, this guy is definitely the underdog or something. I feel like that's not almost not the case here. I don't know who's Gary Wu.
No idea. Some live guy maybe. I think someone in chat was telling me, but I have no idea.
And Zach 3597 is asking, is Fish Zone 1 a recreational one of on one of the tables he's on mobile? You know, that's my kind of guy, you know.
Why is Owen playing the best heads up player in the world, heads up?
Wait, do you have an answer for the question, Hero? Or Johan?
What? Sorry, what? What's the question?
Zach 3597 was asking, is Fish Zone 1 a rec? He's on mobile on one of the tables.
Well, I think that kind of answers itself, right? Like either it's Linus on a Smurf playing on his toilet on the phone and showing you who's the best toilet reg, or it's recreational.
Okay.
One of the two options.
It's like polarized. Or it's absolute top up on his family vacation. Like he's listened to my advice and he took the phone with him.
Abolengo played a session from his phone from a mall. And apparently won a bunch.
It's
possible to be a rag. He played one session and he was bragging what win rate he has. Because apparently he played like 50 hands and won like a buy-in or something. I don't know.
That's not too bad. Let me... Johan, wait, no, never mind. I think I still have a link somewhere.
Wasn't there a story like this of like Tom Duan on a flight borrowing somebody's laptop charger to have a grind session, and then he won a lot and gave some money in an envelope to the guy that lent him the laptop charger? You guys ever heard of that? Tom Duan.
No, I've never heard of that, but this would be a sick story.
Yeah, it's a bit before my time. I don't know anything that happened in poker before, like...
You probably weren't even born.
Start playing. Yeah. I'm like a post-Linus generation guy.
Okay, well,
that can only yap about blockers and everything.
I'm trying to Google that thing. Let me see. Okay,
I
somebody.
only talk about two things. I talk about blockers and then how useless blockers are. Like the two things I enjoy.
Nice one. So, what do you think of Beppe in the challenge, Hero?
I mean, he's a pretty good player. I don't think
Yeah, I
he's
think so
losing
too.
much to anyone.
What?
He might be losing. Beppe might be losing like a little bit to the very, very top guys, but I think he's the sort of guy who's not losing to. He's not losing much to anyone. I think. Just plays very solid poker. I would say you don't see like nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I found somebody recalling the story. It's not paraphrasing. It's not directly from Tonon, but he wrote. Tom posted it under his account years ago. He was on a plane and needed a laptop charger. Decided to free roll the guy who lent him one, 0.5% of his session. He won a few $100K. I can't find the story either, but I'm quite sure it was $900, so he would have won $180K. Unreal. This was the full tilt time, I think, probably.
Yeah, sick stuff. A lot of these guys had also their, at least that's how it seems to me, that a lot of these guys, or at least some of them, had also some sort of fall down, whether it's gambling or other stuff. But maybe that's just me. That is not the case at all. At least Tom Twan seems to have that.
Yeah.
But I can imagine, because if you're 20 years old or whatever, 19 years old, and you're having these, like you're winning $1 million a day or losing $1 million a day, I think that does something to your brain. Like it must do, right? You must be very strong to then just go on about life like it's, you know.
Yeah.
That's my perception about it. But I find it very interesting. I once read back the high six thread where like Isildur came on. It was the sickest shit ever. Like the 2+2 one from 2009 or whatever it was. It was really sick.
Yeah, he still plays Isildur, but I think MTTs and like all kinds of like different games.
For example, he as well, Johan, felt like he has also had some sort of downfall where he's a makeup and now has to take shady sponsorships and that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like all those guys, all those guys we idolize for being sickos, they turned out to, you know, maybe be a little bit more on the degen side. Like who are the true long-term success stories?
Yeah, that's more or less my point. You have to be like quite strong. It's pretty sick game to pursue in that regard, especially like playing these super high stakes games. You need to be quiet.
I mean, like the things you hear in private from kind of like people in the know about like old school guys, like the old school legends. I keep hearing everyone is broke. This guy is broke. This guy is broke. This guy is broke from sports betting. This guy is broke from horse racing. This guy is broke from, like, I don't know, he had like his crypto stolen or something.
Cocaine and hookers.
Like, what?
Maybe one guy went broke on cocaine and hookers. That would be better than sports betting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it's like poker both attracts the degens and it also like turns you into more of a degen. Especially like back in the day where like no one understood variance and like the personality profiles were less like nerdy kids and more so just like degens.
But also
it's
like
not very surprising to me if a lot of them are like not doing well financially.
A lot of that stuff was happening in Vegas, and these guys must have felt like they were quite literally printing money. Like the games that they were playing, they must have thought this will go on forever, or like they're already set for life. Obviously, it's not that simple.
But if you have the skill set and you have this sort of status that they have, they would still be able to having access to these games. I think, right? Even right now, because they're still people with a lot of money and a lot of success, and they like to play poker like once or twice a week, and they want to play against the Tom Dons, right? I would assume, at least.
Yeah.
So I think it's more that gambling thing where it goes wrong for a lot of people.
Did you ever hear the Phil Ivey champagne story?
No, what's that?
It's a pretty sick one. I found an article about it, kind of like recollecting it, and I'll read it from the thing. So it says, allegedly, a group of businessmen were enjoying dinner at the Wynn when they looked over at one of the nearby tables to see none other than Phil Ivey. Big fans of the poker superstar, they summoned the waiter and asked him to send Ivey a bottle of crystal champagne, compliments of their table. Happy with their deed, they went back to tucking into their top-class steaks. 20 minutes later, the waiter came back armed with 5 bottles of crystal. These are for you, courtesy of Mr. Ivey. The businessmen were impressed. These bottles were selling at $400 or $500 a pop, so 2.5k worth of top-class champagne was a very generous gesture. They felt like they still wanted to send a message to Ivey that they were a big fan of his, though, and took the waiter aside for a word. Would you have 20 bottles of crystal delivered to Mr. Ivey, please? The waiter raised his eyebrows, just a notch, but took the order. Made arrangements, and 20 bottles of crystal were sent over to the poker legend. The businessmen were satisfied that their point had been made and went back to talking about stocks, shares, and of course cracking open a few of the 5 bottles of champagne stocking their table. Sometime later, they noticed a group of staff approaching their table. They watched with ever-increasing disbelief as bottle after bottle after bottle of crystal was unloaded until their table and surrounding area were filled up with no less than 200 bottles of the vintage champagne, retailing at approximately 100k. When the delivery had been made, the waiter passed the awesome-struck businessman a note. This is from Mr. Ivey, sirs. As the waiter walked away, they all crowded round to read the notes, and it simply said, "It won't stop." Is that a sick story?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Is it reliable? It sounds a bit suspect.
I've heard it multiple times, so I don't know. If I ever run into Phil, I'll ask him, I guess. It sounds like straight off a movie for sure.
Do you play a lot of live, Johan? I think you mentioned it already. But...
Yeah, so like sometimes, like this year, I've been to Vegas twice, or to the US twice, and each time for 2 months, so 4 months total. And during that time, I played a lot of live. Yeah. My last trip, I played like, I think 420 hours or something in 2 months.
Oh, that's quite a lot, honestly.
Yeah, it's so slow live. You kind of have to. I think it's hard to play low volume.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I also played some live actually after I came on in the mid stakes cash game championship. I played live for like a month, and I really struggled again. It was again the same as I said, mainly with keeping my patience, and especially when there's like boring people, so I have no one to talk to. All my ranges got wider in all spots, and yeah, at some point you're just I had no clue what I was doing anymore.
Where did you play exactly?
Multiple spots over Europe, but UK, Holland, and Vienna.
You play in Vienna? You don't even hit me up?
Yeah, but I will do. I'm here now as well, so I will do.
Oh, okay. It is cold.
For sure. I think we also had some common friends actually. So
okay.
I will hitch up.
Let's do it, man.
I'm gonna be still locking in for a few more days, and then next week I have more time, so I will hit you up, man. Will be fun.
All right. Yeah, Vienna is sick. I really like that city.
But in regards to life, like I don't know, I found it pretty tough. I've also been in some good games with Gambledore actually. Do you know him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then like we're all deep and blind straddles and all that stuff. It's a lot of fun, but I'm just I'm playing bigger stakes online and then 6 tables, for example. Well, let's say similar stakes, and then I'm playing 6 or 8 tables, and it's actually way more money involved. And yet I also found it stressful for whatever reason. And I'm like really emotional invested in like a pot, which I don't want to be.
Well, it's not about the money, you mean, or it's about the money?
I'm not sure what it is, but I felt like a lot more stress. Like also exactly in that spot where versus Gambledore, you can't really be scared money, and then after every spot, I'm like, fuck me, this is crazy, And then online, I'm playing way bigger spots, and I don't feel that much.
That's weird. Maybe it's because it's novel, right? Like you say, like you play big spots online, but it's online, so that's kind of like your comfort zone. But maybe because you haven't played as much live, now that you're playing some big games and big hands live, at first you're gonna feel like this, but then after a while, like it's gonna be okay. I mean, I don't know about you, but like the first couple times I played live poker, I was like shaking. I was like so nervous.
Yeah.
And then especially like the few times I bluffed, and now I literally don't give a damn. Like I just put it all in the middle. You know, I feel nothing.
Okay.
Maybe mildly irritated if I lose. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's good. And then there's this thing where online, you know, you have like this better idea of your EV, and you're just grinding your EV. And if you have a bad session, you play for 40k hands a month, so it's whatever. And then live, you lose 2 binds, you know, you're gonna be stuck. That type of stuff. I also struggled a bit with that.
Yeah,
I'm luckily not like a big casino guy. I never gamble, but I saw also so many like wrecks who were just wrecks, like playing normal, and then when they were losing, I saw them on the roulette table after, you know, that stuff.
yeah. I think maybe some mindset work, some mental fortification could help with that. Not sure exactly like what it is you need, but maybe doing that could help a lot.
It's also like live, you play 20 hands an hour. It's so hard not to tilt because like
Exactly.
you get cooler than one spot, and it takes you like forever to make that like money back.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was also a bit what I was struggling with, but the only thing is, I can tilt pretty hard, and there, if I was tilted live, it was just so embarrassing that I just had to leave. So I guess that was good. No damage done there, other than my ego being crushed apart. That's okay.
Yeah, every case is like different, but I feel like there is always more effort to be put into like fortifying your mind. That's why like all these guys talk about meditation. And like when they say meditation, I always picture a guy, you know, sat like on a mat and being like, like, you know, like the over-exaggerated version of it. But I do think like meditation or like mindset preparation probably can come in multiple forms, even if it's just like thinking about the game you're going to be in. And obviously I'm not a very good poker player, but in video games, I was like pretty good. I was pro in 2 of them, and in one of them especially, I was one of the best in the world. And I feel like that's what helped me a lot was to kind of envision myself playing in the place I was going to be playing and thinking a lot about the games. And sometimes I would play like in a stadium full of people, and I wouldn't get nervous because I prepared very well mentally for that. Many people had trouble with that. They would play like online, they were gods, and then they would go to the tournaments and be like terrible, like a million mistakes.
No, I can really, I don't know if it's the good word to resonate with that, or I really see what you mean.
Yeah.
Even online, like there's a lot of, I do now actually a lot of work because I'm now trying to become, or try to be like professional again, instead of, you know, just be this YOLO grinder. And I do a lot of meditation and also preparation for sessions, even online already, where I'm just like, I'm going to lose this and it's all going to be okay. And I still have a roof above my head and food and all that. And, you know, I have my friends and family. And I can imagine doing that stuff for like a bigger stage, like where you were in, could also really help. And maybe if I reflect, I also should have done that better when I entered these games. Now it's like the case where I still have like pretty decent options sometimes to play live, and it's just my confidence is so extremely low that I feel like I'm just going to punt it up. So I turn it down a lot, which probably costing me some EV. So yeah, but I hope that avenue will still be there in a few years or so.
It's good that you're thinking about it, because I feel like a lot of people, they would be like, all right, well, it didn't go well, but hopefully next time it'll be better. Like now you're actively being like, okay, how can I make this better? And like manage it. So I handle everything the way I should.
That's true, but I also sort of accepted that life is like not for me. If I'm like, I just don't have the patience, or I'm not so relaxed that I can just sit and not talk to anyone because, you know, no one is talking or no one wants to talk, and I'm card dead and I can just sit there for an hour not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's not an option for me. So the Jack 6 off from the hijack will be opened. That stuff, you know, it's inevitable. So I think it's also sort of not for me.
Don't you think there is some tricks to manage that better? Because like for me, I feel like sometimes I had the same. And then I started paying attention to every hand and every bet amount and constantly counting how much is in the pot. And that was almost like a cheat code. Suddenly what sometimes would have been boring, it like became so much more interesting. But obviously it's hard to do that 10 hours in the day, like very well.
Yeah, but it sounds very good. Honestly, it does sound very good. And yeah, I think I still should have done that better, that stuff. Because there's so much information in the game, right? Especially when you're really locked in, and then also to keep yourself accountable and sharp, like you did, I guess, with counting and everything.
Yeah.
I think Hero is getting tilted. He wants to talk some blockers and strategies. So maybe this will be an interesting app.
This is a 4-bet pot, I think, blind versus blind.
Owen's getting sacked. I can feel a call.
Maybe he's in the hand listening to this as we speak, and then you just put this, I say morale, you talked it down to the ground.
Maybe slow rolling with 10-9 of diamonds, eh? Oh, his calls.
Slow rolling 10-9
Oh,
of
wow.
diamonds for the stream.
All right, let's see. What did we just witness?
Oh, I was watching YouTube, so I was on delay, but that seems like a pretty interesting hand to analyze, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so
it does.
it's a cold 4. So Davy Jones opens button, flushy. Is that a bit of a small 3-bet? Against 2.5x button, aren't you meant to do like 12?
Yeah, it's a bit small.
Yeah. So
It's a bit small. Yeah, I mean, everyone doing
It's a bit 2009. 2000, wait, maybe not 2009.
Oh,
it's
careful,
a bit
careful.
2016.
2009 would have been 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
So 1,000, 2.1. We get a call.
So out of fashion.
Jack 5 deuce rainbow. Prodigy continues for quarter. Flushy calls. Queen of diamonds on the turn. And he continues for 30%.
Yeah, I mean, the queen is basically a range bet turn for Owen.
Yeah, it is a range bet turn, but on the river it will be interesting. Yeah, this is a range bet turn, but almost.
Why is it a range bet? It's just a card that like only you has almost, or what's the reason?
Yes.
Well, in this particular spot, maybe flushy still has quite a bunch of ace queen, king queen if it's calling and not raising, and also calling pre-flop. This might be less of an extreme spot, but normally it's like a spot where Owen's bluffs hit, and so you can just barrel a lot for small.
And then 8 of clubs on the river, flushy checks. And so, like, knowing that Prodigy,
super blank.
Yeah, there is Jack, right? So what's like, is this just one of the spots where he knows that in equilibrium is going to be, or like overall is going to be aggressive enough that he gets paid a whole bunch here by worse than a Jack? What was the reasoning?
You heard Hero during the hand, like he was saying, I feel like Flushy is going to call and Owen is going to lose a stack. So I think that was sort of spot on that Flushy might think that Owen is super aggressive here. And he's I think sometimes people overbluff, not because they necessarily overbluff, but because they're maybe too tight with their value, and that's what Owen is doing well here, is just playing his value well, I think. I wonder if this is fine, Mr. Theory. Is this fine to go ace jack? Is that still in there in theory?
I mean, it seems okay to me, yeah. I mean, definitely bottom.
Bottom though, complete bottom. But it might be fine. I like his line, and Flushy Skull. I'm not sure. It's by the river. I'm not sure. I mean,
pre-flop is 100% call.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a low frequency free bet. It's a low frequency free bet, but
once
you free bet,
yeah, you
it's
just
like
call.
a 2x4 bet. Yeah.
And then he could have maybe raise somewhere low frequency mainly call, and turns I guess is already indifferent / mainly calling hero.
Turn, I mean, yeah, seems like a call. You're probably like mixed folding like 6s, 7s and stuff, and this one continuing PR.
More outs to cooler.
Yeah.
Then on the river, it still seems like a light call to me. If there's like a lot of more hands, it could potentially block value. But what do you think?
I mean, 4 is a good side card. It doesn't seem unreasonable to me to call this down. But I mean, you look at the sim and everything is just indifferent, you know. It's like not like your hand matters when calling. I'm gonna look this up and it's gonna be 0 EV, and so it's gonna be like every other combo. That's my approach to blockers. I just assume everything is indifferent.
I'm doing some more work on this recently, and I found this not to be true in a bunch of spots. But maybe in these 4-bet ranges on the river, it might be true.
Yeah, very, very nice hands. At first, like it's crazy. I'm still getting surprised by some of these showdowns. Like I see a 5 calling here, I'm like, what? But yeah, then you guys break it down, and it's like, no, actually, he can call here with a 5.
Yeah, it's like a toy game. Like he has a better hand or a bluff. Basically, he's not bluffing with better, and
Yeah.
so you could just arm. No, Bowie effect is Friday fun day. The ante didn't get going yesterday, right? No, I don't think so. So you can still chill and wait for playing Bowie, and you can just play when it's back.
It seems like the ante only happens
He was the
on
ante guy, right?
schedule. Yeah, if you guys schedule it, then it'll happen. But if it doesn't get scheduled, I think I've literally never seen it start without being scheduled in advance by like you, Decky, and whoever else.
I wish it would, because I think ante is a way better format in my opinion.
Yeah, well,
Wrench take. As always.
As always. There we have Mr. Theory not agreeing.
There is a reason
You have
no
to
one
go
is
out of your
playing it.
comfort zone.
Have
Yeah,
all
because
the
people have
best
to go out
players
of
in
the
the world
comfort zone.
here. Yeah, you
Huh?
have all the best players in the world here who do nothing but play poker, and they're choosing not to play any ante whatsoever.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, there's like a trend here.
And then I have to
And
blindly agree with that.
when you had like mid-stakes racks, it seemed like a lot of them were okay playing ante, but like high-stakes racks, we don't want to. I don't know.
Bowie says hard when you fire a don't command schedule to in it. Be interesting if you could see if some of these guys would be down to play multiple ante tables. That way you could wait, like play a few hours of ante on like, let's say like 3-4 tables if you want to play that many. And then once you're done, then you can fire the don't commands. Maybe an idea to be had. You know,
Documents are ante.
I'm
That's
gonna
another reason why ante sucks.
I'm gonna raise the
Documents suck and
stakes
Documents are anti.
so I can tilt Hierophant even more. They should do ante plus mystery bounty somewhere in there. A little bit of rake back sprinkle. Oh no, wait, there's no rake. Never mind.
You get rake back when you lose a lot, right? For the VIP game.
I don't know actually. Do you? Let's see if Podbetcat hops back into the challenge, by the way, later.
But I really disagree with Hero's take. It's just like, especially 6-handed, you get way more. It creates way more edges basically. And now, like a lot of spots, especially the tighter spots, are more or less studied a lot. Cooler versus cooler. Obviously, there might still be some edge to be gained, but it's like really small. And then with ante, you just white all the ranges everywhere. It will be way more interesting, and people will be less studied, which will make it more comfortable. We see more interesting stuff, more.
I just don't agree that people are studied up. And like, I think normal 6 max people are still playing badly enough that like it's not broken. It's not like, you know, chess where there's like so much theory that opening prep kind of makes the games boring a bit.
But you do agree
I
that
think
some of these spots are just six-handed, or just like we analyze them, and of course you still have a decision. Like for example, Flushy had, I mean that's three-handed, but he had a decision. But a lot of spots are kind of static, cooler versus cooler, non-anti. With some
I'm not
edge to be gained,
sure.
of course, but overall.
There's gonna be cooler versus cooler no matter what, right? Like I don't necessarily think there
Yeah,
would
but
be less in anti.
well, it just will wider up the ranges overall, and will create more spots where people are with wide ranges, which will increase skill edge potentially, or uncomfortable spots where people can exploit a bit more because both players are uncomfortable. Which will create interesting stuff.
It's probably a comfort zone thing as well, right? Like those players must have studied non-anti, 99% of their time, and 1% maybe they spent on anti. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously that's
exactly.
like a complete guess. Yeah, but then it's about stepping out of your comfort zone. Not everybody necessarily wants to do that. They just want to play what they studied, even if it means they could end up having less of an edge. They don't really know. There is no certainty they would have a bigger edge if they played the anti game. There is a chance they have way worse edge, and then they find out the hard way, like losing a lot of stacks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a good take, Johan, and that's and I understand that from the players. I mean, I already respect it if you, let's say you have like a million roll, you grind it all these years, and then you just go battle with infinite variance for the best, for some not only for EV but also for the honor or whatever. So I respect that, but
Yeah.
I don't agree with Sacrum's take that just staying in comfort zone is better or whatever. I disagree with that.
Yeah, but that's not my take. I don't think it's okay. Like there's a level, there are levels to this because I don't think that taking people out of comfort zone is necessarily good. I think you want to find like a golden middle in a way where you're seeing like very high quality gameplay and you're seeing people understand the game at an extremely deep level, but there are still like original spots coming up that people screw up consistently. So like that's
But
what I would be looking
this will
for.
be the same in anti, but just more of those spots coming on. Like
Yeah, I
fundamentally,
mean
or
it's
especially
just
conceptually, like a lot of the things will still appear.
it's sort of personal preference where you want to draw the line exactly uh on the spectrum of like Wild West to like study it up. Um, but I do have like some concrete issues with anti. Like for example, like the fact that big blind defense range increases like very disproportionately more than the opener's range, it kind of makes like pre-flop strategy very basic. Oftentimes, like most flops are just range bets, right? And then
It's
I have
more
some issues
incentives
with
to limp.
yeah, and for example, like BBB, I have an issue that small blind is playing the 100% range. Right, because like small blind, like the bigger ante especially, like small blind is basically just range limping. So I kind of see like a couple problems with that. That it
It's
kind
kind
of
of
removes
nitpicky
like
though.
his reads to think about. Like you don't need to like filter out your perception of his range for like an additional street the way you would have in normal six max, where you have to be thinking about like what did he fold pre-flop. He didn't fold anything pre-flop, right? So it kind of like simplifies it a bit.
I mean, those are good points, but it feels a bit nitpicky to call a couple spots and then to say it's more boring. Where you could also draw the opposite to
I
one
mean,
spot.
I'm just giving examples of stuff that I find wrong with it. Another thing is that like in a way the game becomes tighter the moment you start playing more multi-way spots, because if you stack off multi-way, you're obviously doing it with a much tighter range, right? So the ranges actually end up narrowing down faster if you're going multi-way post-flop a lot. So I think like there's definitely a lot of like interesting dynamics multi-way, but I kind of also feel like a lot of interesting parts are because it's like super understudied, and if people like studied it up, it wouldn't be as interesting. Like I kind of feel the same way about bomb pots on ECR and stuff.
I don't know. I think like
he sees
the
benefit.
natural poker IQ or something would sort of overperform, and that's also I find would also be fun in some challenge, especially in this multi-way pots. Scar ZQ is saying folding ace queen off to a free bet is boring. So I do agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. We can fix that by removing low jack and high jack.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
What is it? The fish zone is really in a mix, isn't he? It seems like in the previous hand, Prodigy binked like the queen.
Yeah, he flatted pre, then multi-way to 10 high boards. Potted it.
No, I think it was the previous one.
Oh.
Where Prodigy shoved the turn.
Oh, yeah. 3 bets. Is it normal to call a half pot size bet with king queen of spades on this board? Out of position? Oh no, we check raise.
No, I raises.
Wow.
It seems like against that's just how I think. Like a fish, the fish clearly wants to level because Owen just won a big hand before. To me, it feels a bit unnecessary. I like it. Don't get me wrong. Like to be fighting for it, but it doesn't seem like the best move. But to go in there versus the fish with the king queen
So
space.
it's specific to him playing as a potential recreational.
Yeah, potential recreation. Of course, I don't know. Maybe fish zone is really absolute top up on the board or on the fan notification with his phone in his hand. Just playing a little bit of poker. You know, we never know.
Yeah. Oh, then doesn't it feel like if he bings the queen, then he should bet smaller or maybe even check, or just the board is a little too scary still?
No, I like it. It's like such an awkward SPR that you can just shove now, I think.
Yeah.
So I like it, and I like then when the fish is leveling, or sorry, the recreation, whatever. When the guy is leveling, and you know what I mean. At that point, you bink, you just put it in. I like it.
SK in the chat just went to take a dump, and Berbatov was sitting in my shower commentating. That's messed up. Oh my god. And hey, Scar in the chat says folding ace queen off to a 3-bet is boring. Yeah, that's why you pure 4-bet bluff it. And I said that as someone who kept punting last night while I was streaming. If you want to join the stream, Choslaw, by the way, you're welcome to. We always enjoy it.
I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Chosalar. Yeah, I remember him.
The GOATs. One of the GOATs of the mid-stakes championship. Yeah, that's literally what I always do. What I do always, pure 4-bet it, but it's a problem. At least we know we have a problem. That's a good thing. Some people keep doing it forever.
Prodigy hitting some hands. Again, nice river. Okay.
Let's see. That was with Jerry.
Who is Abolengo, by the way, Hero? Or doesn't he want to get it out?
Who?
No, I think it's out of the box now. It's like I can type it for you.
Okay.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Something like this.
A
Swedish legend.
It's the Swedish legend who I was wondering if he was playing or not.
Yeah, he played like one session on his phone.
What was the turn sizing in that line?
Let's take a look and we can criticize.
The Jack 8 suited, you mean?
Yeah.
So he defends big blinds and then check clicks on queen deuce with a flush draw.
Yeah, that's good.
9 on the turn, he bets spots.
Yeah, that's good. I think in these spots you're more polarized to just trips and don't want to bet so much for protection.
So
yeah, but the question is like, is this a size for trips as well? Because like for everything, like going pot is kind of like an overplay for anything except ace queen, maybe king queen. So
He's
like,
going b75 on the river.
Yeah.
Or what do you mean?
basically like I'm saying like on turn he's more repping good trips already rather than just any trips.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what I meant. It's like not a spot anymore where you're even thinking about betting lower pairs or something for mergy betting / protection and keeping your range
for sure.
composed in that way. It's like a spot where you just want to bet queen X.
Yeah, on these spirit
Strong queen X
boards
apparently.
from a big blind against like early positions, you kind of start polarizing so quickly. Like you're always polar on turn, and on some flops you're polar on flop already. Like on the lower asymmetric trip boards.
Yeah, and then what about the river size? So I find this very. If I would be in Prodigy's shoes on the river, I find it. I find it tough to think about what a good strategy is, but I guess b75 and all in seems decent strategy. I don't know if you agree.
Wait, by the way, when you choose your sizing on the river, do you already factor in what you're going to do against the jam? And then what would he do here against the jam too?
Fold.
Really? Even though like these guys are capable.
With a queen, probably king queen or ace queen is then a better call to a jam.
Yeah, these guys are capable of bluffing full houses with the blocker or with trips sometimes though. Right?
Yeah, but you still, it's not that they're just blindly over bluffing, so you still want to play decent ranges against the jam. And I think just you still have so much queen X in range, which is just a better combo than to call down, especially if Gary Wu doesn't have Jack 8 for value, which he doesn't. So you can just mix your queen X versus jam, and then you'll be up against boats and bluff for the most part.
Okay. Smidl asked, "You guys feeling good? Did any of you play today in the Cash Game World Championship?" I'm feeling pretty good. Playing in the Cash Game World Championship, not yet. Maybe tonight. Let's see. Let's see how I feel later tonight. Mr. Aaron Blues asked, "Has Yoland gave up on the challenge?" Well, he was playing last night, so who knows? He might be back tonight. I think usually he plays in the evening. I guess we'll see if he plays.
Linus asked me to fill in for him, but I wasn't feeling it. Maybe later today. Or I shouldn't have asked him.
Believable.
I think the issue is the stake is just not high enough to interest you. If only it was like 20k NL at least, you would definitely.
Yeah. No, then I could get my proper Degen thrill. I would play that. That's true.
He's saying I played a tiny bit of Heads Up versus Hero, I think a few months ago. Who are you? What's your nick?
But he's thinking everyone who is not playing super perfectly theory-oriented poker is a whale, so I wouldn't take it personal, Scott.
Yeah, that's actually so true. What's her nick? Where did we play?
On Coin, probably. He played in the Mid-Stakes Championship as Showslaw.
Yeah, but I barely I don't remember playing him, and I barely played any Heads Up while it was going on. I'm assuming he means like somewhere else.
If you want to join the call, by the way, Showslaw are happy to invite you.
What's her nick? Who are you?
I know his nick, but I don't know if he wants him to get out of it.
Oh, because he's Dutch, right? So you're basically like siblings.
Yeah, I'm only with Dutch people in the call. Same as last time with the Wacken.
Yeah.
Just two Dutch guys struggling in English. Who's good on?
I don't know actually. I don't know who that guy is.
That's very Dutch. Sorry, what did you say, Jan?
No, I don't know who that is. Like, it's one of the few people I don't know.
But is Scar now trolling, or is he for real, or is just like like saying my name as a joke or something. I would take great offense to that.
Yeah, like
I was
this
really
name.
hoping to learn another Dutch name, but
This
I
name
guess
is-
you're all just called Joost.
Yeah, this name you say Jos, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean that's my name and my screen name. So.
Yeah, but I mean like the pronunciation for you guys
it's
is
like
Jos.
like ghost. Joost.
Okay. Yeah.
Joost.
There's also people I see always people like bagging in the chat. That's also interesting. I need like 12 for main event special. You won't go bankrupt with 12. If I win, I will share it if you stake me in. I don't know.
Any takers?
I'm from Lithuania.
Now,
But-
if we're talking country reads, in my opinion, Lithuania is like a big knit country.
And like somehow I think Lithuanians are all whales. Every time I see a Lithuanian, not that I do often, but it's usually a fish for some reason. Which
There's-
really shouldn't be the case because like we're not a very rich country, you know.
Yeah, there's not many. I haven't seen many Lithuanian flags, I think.
When I played like 100 Summon stars, if I knew if I saw like Lithuania flag, I just knew it was I should fold river. That's like the country reach for me. Because again, I'm too dumb to use blockers, so I should just use that.
I remember one Lithuanian 100 Zoom rag, and he was the biggest nut I have ever witnessed. So it kind of
Yeah, and I think I know what you mean. Smilo says I'm US, big knit country. I think the US is pretty polarized. Like people are either fucking spew from the US or they're tight. There's no in between. Maybe some good players, but there definitely some really aggro sputards from the US.
I mean, my read on Americans is that we play like rich people. Like we all play the same way, and that's the way you play if you grew up with money, you know, like very entitled gameplay. We don't really go out to do anything, but we just kind of assume that you will give him free money. We really dislike playing Americans. It's like the most annoying country to play.
Such aggressive stance. It's fun, no? They're more. It's less
No,
static.
man,
There's more
the least
exploitive leveling going on. I love it.
No, definitely not in my experience.
There's more
man.
ego.
Like in my experience,
like
we're
it.
the most static. I genuinely think Americans are like the most static rags that adapt like the least like during the game. They just have like a way they play and we just keep playing that way no matter what.
But do you mean live regs or online too?
Obviously online. Like I don't play live
Okay.
with Americans.
I don't know, man. I like the Americans, but the only thing I can say about Americans is that sometimes you can see that some players have access to really good pools, and that their game is a little bit less how to say sharp in some spots because they don't need to be. That's my only take.
I will also say I really dislike Russians and Spanish people, like in poker. I mean, not as
Jesus. Tell us how you really feel, man.
Hey, I thought you didn't do country reads, man. You're like so strong with the country reads.
Yeah, but these three you just notice them. You just see them play, and you didn't even check their flag, and you just know. Oh, I'm playing a Spanish person. I swear, like
The Spanish are kind of aggro, no?
I don't think I can say on stream what reads I have on Spanish people. They're
Yeah.
very specific.
A hand going on between Fish Zone and Davy Jones on the left.
Yeah. Berbatov, have you played in the US? Because you were talking about how like you play live. Sometimes it's a little boring. Nobody's talking. I feel like in the US that wouldn't be a problem. They're like the most social. Everybody's always willing to have a chat. I mean, obviously, if you play 5-10 with a table full of regs, a lot of them don't really want to talk. But in general, especially the recreational player, I think they talk a lot.
No, I should go. I think you're spot on with that. I should go there. That sounds fun. Oof. The rivers.
If you played in the US, what stakes would you want to play?
Depends, but probably. I don't know, man. My confidence is so low live. I'm just so bad live. So I probably just play 5-10, and if it's going okay, then I play
Yeah.
with that 20.
If
And
you
then
need, if you need
if some
advice, I
spots
know the
go
good
up,
spots. I know some good spots because I have some friends. They play 5-10 and they're pretty good. So
Okay.
they always tell me about this funny dynamic. It's like the Europeans, they go to the US on like an ESTA, so you can only spend like 6 months in a year in the US. And
Yeah.
like they're like, oh my God, like these Americans, like I don't like them. They're so lucky. They have access to these games year round. But then the Americans, they're like, I hate these Europeans. They tank forever. They actually know how to play. And also they come here, they play the games, and then they leave. They pay no tax. So it's like both kind of like see the advantages that the other group has, and they kind of like envy them for that. But the truth is there is pros and cons to both, right? Like,
yeah, I see what you mean. For some of these Americans, I'm also a bit of that envy about some of the pools they have access to.
look at
He got me at the
special.
table. We are all talking. It's what I do apart from gaming. Yeah. I think. Maybe it's not even a cultural thing, but I think if it's just a fun game, then I don't really mind and suck, and then I just enjoy talking to people. Then it's all good. And I think in America, it's more likely to find more of a cultural thing as well. There, right? Like poker and everything.
We got special in the chat. Previous StarCraft 2 professional. Started playing poker. I coached him a little bit, and then now he plays my tables, and he 4-bets me with King 7 suited, like a dirtbag. So, yeah, nice friends, I guess. That was last night too. This fool.
You guys watched the No Gamble Future stream with Kevin and doing was very fun. Yeah, I only saw the one earlier with Kevin Scar, and I thought he was like really the boss of the table. But it kind of sucks that for the guys who didn't watch it, he bluffed off in the end, like 4-bet pot on 4-bet pot king high board. He bluffed off with ace 9 for like huge pot 800k. So he left with a loss, I think, but he played really well and not
Huge
money scared. I loved it.
It was huge pot.
But
Yes.
you think it was out of line?
No, it was fine. Yeah, I mean, if you have, I don't know. I think it's all right. It's again, I'm such a fish live, but I could imagine someone folding a king or something there, which shouldn't really happen. So then it's good. I don't know. I need to see the exact spot with the stack sizes before I can really say it, but that's what I think.
Hierophant, you saw the hand?
No, I didn't. I don't watch live poker.
But overall, I watched some more spots, and he was playing really not money scared, and I really love to see that. It was playing very strong. I would shit myself in some spots if it's like so much money, and then my brain goes off, and then I just start doing random shit, start punting.
What does Owen have?
The nizzles. No, I don't know.
King Jack of Spades. Okay, close enough.
Wait, are you guys?
Oh my God! Well, I'm watching live, so I'll always see you.
You're watching live. You're spoiling for us.
And I tell you what, he was gonna get there. This log box. Rabbit hunt, 3 of clubs on the river.
That's the real man's look on it. Just
goated.
If the rabbit hunt hits, it's a good play. Oh, I've got like one horror story about the rabbit hunt. Actually, a hand versus Kevin Park. It was like started out playing 2K, and I'm always leveling and trying too hard. So before that session, again, what we discussed earlier, Johan, I prepared for the session in a certain way that I just said to myself, okay, today I'm not going to level against good players. I'm going to give them slightly more credit. It's just about building a sample, getting comfortable, and then slowly I will start doing that. And then there was like a spot on like ace high board, super tight ranges where he bet 16% on the flop, and I folded tens, and then the rabbit hunt gave like ace. So, and yeah, he had kings, so it would have been like a 120k jackpot. So it was like, and now I never watch rabbit hunt anymore. It was just too sick.
It's hard, like it's an addiction. I felt like you kind of stopped.
Yeah, but when
clicking
I
that
saw
button.
that, it was like being stabbed in the stomach, man. I literally had to take off, and I don't know, I was super emotional. Obviously, it's just random Robert Hunt, but it so hurt so bad. Like imagine banking 120k there, like playing 2k for your first sample.
That's pretty sick.
Oh yeah, Joost, does it happen sometimes where you can fold a bit? Yeah, I also mocked bet the jackpot, but I was not super mad because that was also last year. I didn't bank any like 100k on a review or something, but that was on my lowest stake, so that didn't really hurt because that's a bit not professional maybe, but that still hurts, but like that's not like I'm still thinking about it.
I folded a potential one too, one time, where like somebody like overbets on ace, 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 and I had pocket tens, and I was just like, that's just an ace, and I folded. I didn't even think of the jackpot, and then later I was
Exactly.
like, oops, yeah. And like no reason why he would do this. Like I think even sometimes like with an ace, he might not even like. But now he was like such an egregious overbet. I was like, all right, that's just. I'm sorry, but that's just an ace. So I folded tens.
Yeah, and that happened to me as well, where it was like the biggest super net on earth just randomly jammed like 4x spot on river, and I have tens or something, so I have the sickest print call ever with the jackpot in mind, but I just was so convinced it was always an ace that I just folded and didn't give it much thought, and then he had queens and he thought we needed to go all in or something. It's traumatizing, man. I've also Scar was asking about it. I've also had like where it was aces eight, and again against the super net on the jackpot spot, and he starts checking the flop on the third ace, so you just know he doesn't have an ace because otherwise you just print from the other pairs in my range, which will always go for the jackpot, you know.
Yeah.
And then the fourth ace came in the river, and he had kings, and I had tens, and then it was no jackpot. So that was also pretty sick.
Yeah. Dude, actually,
bad beat stories only here in the stream.
I wonder what the odds like the pot odds are if you factor in the jackpot. Like if somebody overbets for 2 times the pot, and you have a potentially jackpot winning hands, like let's say you have like tens or jacks or queens on ace, ace, ace. Are you just meant to call 100% of the time because you only need to be right like literally like I don't know 1 time in 300 or whatever? I wonder what the exact math on that would be.
Yes, yes, I agree, and I learned from that mistake the hard way. But yeah, but it's still some spots. Like I've been in some spots where you just know he has an ace, and you call down, and you just lose a stack. And I guess I was just sick of that or something, where you just know it's an ace. But yeah, the risk of it's more the risk of people not understanding the rules than you just call.
Yeah.
Yeah, HTP is asking 9193. Do you guys feel variance with recreationals higher even when the game is super profitable? It depends. Sometimes I turn into like the fish when there's a big fish, and also take way too high variance lines. But overall, I think in this game it just lowers it because there's an actual win rate for a lot of these guys, and will just that will not outweigh higher standard deviation.
But doesn't it depend on like the exact
or it will outweigh that? Sorry, and it will not even be higher standard deviation.
I think a lot of fish are actually nets, and it's sort of like an
exactly. Yeah.
But
I've praised it wrong, but yeah.
Even like the aggro fish, like yes, your STD per 100 is like higher than usual, but win rate more than compensates for it, so your like downswings are lower. Like the bump hunters are the bump hunters will have graphs that just go up kind of. Whereas like obviously in drag battling it like
but
the looks like Madman's graph, you know, sometimes.
But a lot of bump hunters are especially on certain stakes, they're also just bit weaker players who don't push the edges so hard. They're just focused on the fish. So that's why their graph looks like that.
Doesn't that depend?
I'm not saying all bump hunters are like that, but some of them.
Doesn't that also depend on like the exact parameters of the game in question? Because I always thought live people open way bigger, and then like people play super wide ranges as well. So I always thought that personally increases the variance in a way.
Yeah, as you say, it depends on way too many parameters. But in this question, it will never be the case because probably the standard deviation will not even go up, and then there's just a win rate when there's a fish on the table.
Well, playing versus Stefan Duffo more variants. I'm not even sure that was true at the end. I genuinely think it was less variants to play Stefan in mid-stakes coin thing.
I think
Do we
Stefan
even
was.
need-
If someone is playing so extreme, then there in a strange way there's also less variance because you have these spots
Yeah, that's
these
exactly
exploits.
what I mean.
Yeah, these exploits will like hyperprint, and there's not much variance almost on it if someone
Yeah,
is
there
playing
were
so
just
extreme.
so many spots where you just variant in a decision where he like
Yeah.
shoves river and you have like the clearest fold or call
Yeah,
of
yeah,
your
I had
life.
that with him. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, felt that too.
He just didn't put you in spots kind of somehow. He was trying so hard to put you in spots, but he never did.
Yeah, just playing his image. Yeah, I felt that too. So then all of a sudden, if you don't have real indifferent decisions or something, the standard deviation goes down again.
Do we even need to push edge versus recreationals? Of course we do. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean,
chat?
I still think it's like a lot of people on HDB's question. Like a lot of people just play ABC and they win versus recreationals, but you can still do certain stuff which is higher variance, which will also increase your win rate. And then if it's like a competitive lineup with very good recs or there's certain rake, that will still be rewarding, sort of, because
I mean,
you need to get a win
honestly
rate
almost,
somehow, right?
it's almost like mind-boggling how asleep at the wheel rags are against the fish sometimes. Like you see absolute like omega whales, like the biggest punter minus 200 BB per 100 guy ever. Like melts down every hand and has like 100 VPIP, so like he limps range and then like calls like any size pre, and people are still squeezing 4x. They're not even thinking about it, you know? Like sometimes you get like a guy who sees you squeeze like 20x and then he steals your idea, and then you get like the rest of the table is still squeezing 4x against like the literal 100 VPIP veil. Like it's kind of crazy, like the stuff you see.
Yes.
Inexcusable. And Josselar asks,
Yeah, but that's also
what is your guys' main game?
that's also that comfort zone stuff we talked about earlier. So yeah.
No, but that's not even the comfort zone. That's just like taking money and torching it on fire.
All right. What's your main game right now that you're grinding? No, Rira says Candy Crush. No, I'm playing mainly grinding League of Legends Bronze 3. I'm 80 carry, so I'm getting some coaching, and I might make it to.
Go play with Llama.
Yeah,
You saw when
Llama's my support.
Dude, when Llama was streaming poker, he had the League of Legends lobby in the background. I was like, this guy's a proper grinder.
Yeah.
What I heard about Llama is that when he was playing Linus heads up, he kept asking him for TFT tips, which I found hilarious.
Aye.
Like teamfight tactics. Apparently Linus is like a crusher.
Looking for coach hero. Can I ask how much you charge? I play to now. Yeah, I don't fall in the trap, Wonky. He's like the biggest scam artist in the poker world. Nah, I'm joking. Nah, I'm joking. No, I mainly grind 1K on GG Scar. If that's your question. I tried a bit higher again because it's going well, but that didn't go well. And I shouldn't have done that, basically. What's yours, Johan?
What? My what?
Scar asks, like, what's the...
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it was for you guys. I don't think he gives a damn what I play. I just play No Limit 50.
Okay. Did you ever consider playing regular tables, Johan? Because
yeah, but I like the convenience of playing. I mean, it's one of those things where like I know it's probably wrong, but I kind of can't stop doing it. But I do think eventually I will play a regular table.
I just called addiction.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, I do think like my excuse right now is like I don't have a ton of time, so I don't feel like loading normal. And also, if I play normal tables, I would have to play more, probably, I think. So yeah, I do think eventually I will start playing them. I feel like I'm good at finding excuses up until the day I decide that no more excuses. It was like that for a lot of things for me, like the gym, for example. I always found a million examples, a million of excuses to not go. And then like recently I was just like, all right, enough is enough. And then 2 months ago I started going. And then like last month I went 23 times in 30 days, you know?
Yeah, that's very good.
That's a lot of times, yeah.
But yeah, of course I can see why Zoom is like convenient, because you can just play your hours, no bullshit with table selecting or anything else. But it's just yeah, especially the Russian cash pool. I think it's just really a different game almost. I would really advise you to play normal tables, but again, I'll leave it up to you.
No, I will try for sure very soon.
So you play with Chuchu. Yeah, he recently became real name Scar, but I play with him a lot. He stacked me the other day because I was dumb enough to call him on the river. Nah, I'm joking. Nah, he's a good player. He's a good player. I think I like him. But he always wins versus me, so there's some of that there.
You're such a little weasel. You're always about to fire shots, and when you're I'm joking.
Yeah, but because I don't want to be so toxic when someone is just better than me or running better than me. I think he might also be that. Maybe.
Hero wants to see some real beef.
Political correct.
Where's the beef, man? Call him out. Call him out.
No, I'm not so out of line as Hero. We're calling everyone fish, including the guys who grind the challenge.
No, you'll notice I'm not as bad on streams. Like, I'm not as bad compared to the way I am in DMs. I rein myself in a bit as well.
Okay. The last time I called out Muñez, but even that I didn't mean like that. I meant more like I like losing versus that's cooler. Losing versus Muñez doesn't hurt me so much. Like, because I'm not starting to doubt everything or something. He just beats me slowly if he beats me. Hero was calling me a fish while I was playing NL20K coaching with NL 200. There's no saving him. Yeah, that's exactly, man. The guy is lost. He's way too high up in there in his own opinion. Nah, at least he has an opinion. That's good. That's all I'm gonna say for the positive part.
Actually, I'm guessing you didn't hear yesterday, Hero, Owen's reaction to me telling him that you said you're a fan of Decky and how he plays.
Yeah, I am. He's like one of the only guys who consistently doesn't show off with nonsense, you know?
Yeah.
Almost everyone else, I see hands and it's just a punt, you know? Like, we're playing like a fish in that hand. And Decky, I consistently look at hand histories and he's just playing well. Every day that guy shows up and he just makes reasonable decisions. I really respect it.
There you go.
I mean, I find him really tough to play against, but you could also argue like there's more than just solver outputs, right? There's also you can also try other stuff, like what Lama was talking about as well. Can't you argue that?
Are you trying to tilt Hero fans?
I'm pretty sure I was.
I mean, there's no point. There's no point in how to say being rational in his mind. But I'm joking. No, sorry. What did you say?
Why is Owen not on the stream? Why is he playing? You should do what matters and commentate instead.
He's still playing though. It's now and then versus the main man Fish Zone. I think Prodigy and Fish Zone are about to go Facebook official with how much they're dancing around each other. Prodigy with the free bet.
Usually, I think Owen likes to check in with us on the stream after he's done playing. He's always welcome to do so if he wants to.
Nice hand.
Only nuts. Or nut flush draws, rather.
Why did Owen get upset that I said I liked Decky?
No, I think
what
it's
was
like,
it?
it's not really upset, but I don't remember exactly what you're saying, but it's probably like something like, oh, it's boring. You know, if somebody never gets like steps out of line or
Owen
does
really
anything special.
yeah,
Yeah, that's my
really
point as well. Even though
romanticizes
he's
that
like,
stuff.
yeah, top player. Yeah, but Scar says, I thought Llama was super big out of line exploit guy, but last stream he was saying opposite, that he plays GTO only. Yeah, I think Llama is like whale whispering a lot, doing a lot of the mind games on stream when he's saying that. No, I don't know.
I think he's
Plays-
capable of mixing it up too, right? Like there.
Yeah. No, he plays interesting style for sure. He just folds too many rivers. No, it was a joke. Yeah, he seems to me like a massive station.
All right. I'm trying to find some people I haven't asked yet to be on the stream. From these players. I just messaged Beppe. I don't think I have has flushy either. When you play too solid, it's tough for others to do crazy stuff against you. You guys think that's a thing? Like, say, like, you know, Decky, he's known for playing very solid. Do you think it's less likely people will try crazy stuff against him?
I mean, I'm a bit of a donk rack at times, and pushing certain frequencies too hard, and versus him, you're just running into a brick wall. I'm just making mistakes and he's winning. So I guess versus the mid stakes, I guess my player profile, it does work. And then I'm also at the point now that I'm just, I didn't play him that much, but I feel like if I would play him now, I would just play solid and try to not lose too much or something. So it does work, probably.
Yeah.
I wonder what Euro's got to say.
He has no comment on the matter.
It's the first time ever that he doesn't have an opinion about a poker player. So there's a first time for everything.
You can't
Wait, what are we talking about?
You can't have an opinion on perfection.
Oh, we were just gossiping about you, man. What's up?
Yeah. Who were you talking? What were you talking about?
Oh, we're talking about, because somebody in chat said when you play too solid, it's tough for others to do crazy stuff against you. So I asked if maybe it's harder against people like players like Decky to take those creative lines and you know maybe get a bit out of line.
I actually had a very creative line against Decky in the mid stakes thing.
So he's your idol, but he thinks you're a scrub, or?
No, I mean I just assumed he is too good to call, so I ran like the most brain dead node ever.
Okay. You ever talk to him about it, or?
Because Owen is saying his opinion is Decky is good, but giving him compliments would make him have an allergic reaction. No, I genuinely I maybe there's like my subconscious is fighting me, and it made me space out while you were talking about Decky, so I don't say anything nice. Actually, I will say something nice. I do think Decky's very good. I respect Decky a lot. I think Decky might be the most underrated player in the challenge. I just haven't seen anything bad. Everyone else I have seen like completely like idiotic stuff from.
But Prodigy,
Except, like,
Prodigy
Becky and, like,
is
Pepe.
also very good, right?
Yeah, he's very good, yeah. But he has some sketchy hands. He has more sketchy hands than Decky, for sure.
Oh my god, you had to add this. Prodigy says Decky plays such boring poker, you're falling asleep talking about it. HTTP asked, at what point in studying theory do return diminish in terms of time and exploits takes over? That's a good question.
It never takes over. You always have to study more theory.
What? Really?
Yeah, of course. It's all the same thing. I don't even believe in exploits as a separate thing. Pretty much all the out-of-line stuff I do, I came up with, like, while studying theory. Like, not all of it, but, like, a very, very sizable chunk of exploits I use is just, like, based in theory.
Berbatov, any thoughts?
It's tough to answer, but I think just really focusing on decent fundamentals and just a decent baseline strategy is a good investment to at least some point.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, you will still need to keep on studying theory to become sharper, understand certain concepts better, understand in which line certain combos fit the best, why certain combos doing this. So you will still go in way more detail over time, but at some point also you one way or the other understand better why people where people are screwing up in comparison to theory, and then you learn to fight that. You fight that better by potentially also deviating or your frequencies or strategy from that. It's a big nerd answer, but I think it's the best answer I have.
Yeah. By the way, kind of random, but doing lunch tomorrow with a friend at 3 p.m. if you want to join. Also poker player.
Who is it? I tend to fight a lot in the game chat, so maybe I have I'm blacklisted with this guy.
It's the
nah, that's a joke.
It's the French guy. It's the French guy who was here like a couple streams ago, like 3 days ago. So Floody Mary, I think his nickname.
Ah, yeah, I know him because he's a roommate of a good friend of mine.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep in touch, man. Would be interesting. And otherwise, if I'm not there tomorrow, because as I said, I'm gonna lock in for the next couple days.
Yeah.
Then I will just text you for end of next week, I think, if you're still in Vienna.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, I'll be in Vienna.
Will be
I'm commentating this for 2 more weeks and a half.
Yeah. I saw like Floody Mary in the stream app. I didn't see the stream, but I saw it was there.
Yeah, I have lunch with him like almost every week. It's funny, he always dresses up. Like he always wears like a proper jacket and like leather shoes. And I'm just in like jogging and sneakers. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, no, yeah, I like to dress nice. So last time, just to troll him, I dressed the same as him. I put like proper leather shoes. And I showed him and he said nothing. I was like, yo, like.
I thought he was Italian, by the way. So maybe it's like an Italian thing.
No, he's French, but he speaks Italian.
Can we look at I didn't see what happened on the river. Maybe we can look at
the Velven hand? I think he just donked, no? What happened here? It's so weird.
I thought he went all in on the river, but I didn't see it. But it would be crazy. So crazy in the sense that not that it's illegal, but that it was a small pot, but maybe it was not. I mean, it's hard to donk when you're in position.
Pepe Checo's turn. Is that a Coley jam? That's pretty sick. I feel like we just saw a hand like this where he ran into a set previously, or maybe it was somebody else. What do you guys think of display in particular here? Is that a common line on river?
Probably. Seems okay.
Can we go through the hand one time from the beginning to the end?
Yeah. So Beppe.
I saw 4x, right?
Yeah. Beppe limps, then 4x. Beppe calls king 8.
Delays turn and just jams river.
No. It's check flop, and then Prodigy bets the turn 75% in position. Beppe calls.
Yeah.
And then river 7. Does he just think, nearly everything missed that might have played this line? Let's just take the spots, or what's happening? Like, why jam over bet? Like, let's say, 90%, 125%, 150%.
I think Hero can explain this better, but I think you see this quite a bit in the solver, in the delayed line, than having some super overbets on river, and then this one.
Well, it's
might
easier
also
for
make-
Owen to have straight here than for Pepe. So he has excess nuts, so we kind of get to do our own thing. When you have like the nuts and the other guy doesn't.
Yeah.
And if you would play two sizings, Hero, which two sizings would you play? So you play jam, and what's the other one?
Can
overbet
I
or
have
something?
more sizings? Yeah. I feel like you have to have an all and overbet here. Or some like, yeah.
Don't take the bait. Is what Prodigy is saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Some smallish overbets.
Were you running a sim in your brain?
No, I was just thinking about nothing in particular, and then I realized I have to answer a question.
Okay.
But I'm trying not to say too
well,
much about the spot
yes.
while Owen is in the chat, because he's gonna start complaining if I start explaining my thought process here, I think, so...
Okay. But like
Let's
a
not get-
like a random
Wait.
like 10-8 can just normal overbet or something.
Yeah, just like 150 or something.
And do we arrive with some random king X here? Do we still want to put money in? For example, because that's also still like I guess a part of the range, like some random king 6 which checks the flop.
I'm getting legal threats in chat. Jesus.
Do you ever ask yourself on the river, what would Decky do?
I think Decky would play all in here, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm asking it everywhere. I'm just asking, like, if I see a girl in a bar, and then am I gonna go and talk to her or not? And I'm just thinking in my brain, what would Decky do? And that's where I base my decision on.
WWDD.
What?
What would Decky do?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
WWDD.
Hashtag what would Decky do? Yeah. Yeah. No. Exactly.
It's like
Hey, listen, guys. I gotta run soon, man.
All right.
French.
Just say the word.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. No, you have
No,
to
it's not
stay.
okay.
You're bound to.
No, I want to go. Yeah. I want to go
It's not
outside
okay.
still, and it's like.
You want to go outside, so outside is more important than
Yeah,
the
I'm a really fake poker player for going outside in the first place. But I want to go outside still. Now it's so light, so I gotta run, guys. Was good to speak to you, Johan.
All right, yeah,
And
likewise.
also, it was not so good to speak to you, Hero, but just a bit. I learned a lot. No, it was fine. It was fun to talk. Yeah. I see you guys later, man. And thanks for everyone.
Come into the insult, man.
Can I still do a shout out to Johan?
Of course.
Okay, shout out to Heroes Techie Info. That's all I got to say. Okay,
Right,
bye.
thank you. Later.
And he is gone.
And before he's locked in the toilet that he's in.
Not gonna lie, I prefer his first microphone.
Yeah, actually, I did too. Oh my god, we should have said something. Oh my god. I thought he was fine. I don't know. It's just like there's always going to be one guy complaining in the chat, but I actually didn't think it was that bad. Like, of course, there is an echo, but like, compared to Joe Adams' microphone in the first Cash Game World Championship, anything's an upgrade.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
His mic is just
that was pristine.
A representation of him as a poker player.
Oh my god. How dare you? Oh, Jesus. Uncalled for, man. Oh, snap. But he said he's trying to lock in. He's already locked in his toilet. Oh my god, SK is killing it in the chat today too.
Yeah, the chat has been getting like progressively funnier every day.
Oh snap, man. I hope that some of the guys, by the way, that haven't played like insane volume but are looking good on leaderboards, like really give this a shot. Like for example, Youssef, he only has 3k hands, and I say only 3k. You know, it's at least 3k, right?
Yeah,
it's not 300
that's
hands.
because I feel like he feels physical pain playing rags. If there's no fish on the table, he just starts like itching and like wanting to leave.
Why is it every time you talk about something, it sounds like straight up shots?
I mean, like it's not a shot. He's just a bum hunter, and that's okay. There's nothing
Oh my
wrong
God.
being a bum hunter.
Like, so who else is in? Who else is in like this low hand count but good result? I guess 464 pot bet cats definitely could put in more volume. I think no. This shit confusing needs to retire. Like 200 BB per hundreds, 6 binds in 300 hands. That guy is like, he's the champ. He's the champ. He's the people's champ already. Don't play more. Yeah, would have been nice to see Art play more. He might actually. Only 700 hands, but pretty sick win rates. Kehan barely played. Sherry Sweet less than 100 hands. And then this player who won 1 bind from Owen in 1 orbit returned today and almost lost the bind, but he was saved by the ace on the river, Barry Greenstein versus Davy. And I think he left after that, actually. This guy like takes a daily 10k shot, and then today, like, he was way behind. He got his 10k back on one of the runouts, and he was like, all right, it's only downhill from there. Peace. Ooh, Lama just sat one of the tables.
Time for Owen to come commentate.
The two buddies. Owen in a hand with fish zone. Headboards. Actually, both this are like big hand. A min click by Davy on the other table.
Maybe let's focus on the Owen heads up.
Heads up literally doesn't count towards the challenge. But you know what?
Yeah,
you're the
it's
boss.
fun.
All right, let's yeah, sure.
He's in the chat also. We need to give him attention.
I feel like most people prefer attention if they're doing well, though. If they lose, they're not so happy.
Yeah, so that's extra motivation for him to play well.
What's your Twitch, Johan? My Twitch is Todd, just TOD.
Are we gonna see a triple? I'm anxious for blood. Would love to see some like check jam.
Is that a hand that a bluff would have gotten through here, you think?
I mean, Llama had a mediocre catcher, I think. But like, who knows?
Yeah. Maybe
Owen probably would rather have like a club, you know?
Yeah. Man on Fire says we need bloods. And Juice Cook says, are the small numbers on the leaderboard up or what? What do you mean? The tinier numbers on the side means that this is what was played yesterday. So next to the EV would be the results EV-wise yesterday, and next to the hands was the amount of hands that were played yesterday.
Shout out to Hierophant and Joher in the chat. Absolutely elite Nick.
Do you know who it is, or?
No idea, but I approve.
Yeah, well, the account was made today. No surprise.
Yeah. Who are you? Who are
Is
you,
there an
Hierophant
echo in the
Enjoyer?
room when you speak, by any chance? Give us a hint. That's how Berbatov logs in. He just trolls in the chat. And Owen left the heads-up table, by the way.
Has posters of me on his wall. Very, very nice.
Owen, why did you leave the heads-up with Llama?
It's concerning that I genuinely don't know who it is, though. I don't even have, like, a guess.
Berbatov. Nah, probably not.
Nah, not
Something
his
he
style.
was headed out.
No,
Yeah,
not his style.
he did enjoy trolling a bunch, but yeah, he mentioned he was going outside. I mean, I really hope he actually went outside. But he said it was sunny. It's not sunny at all in Vienna, so maybe he's not here. I don't know.
Brain too fried by poker, can't even, like, recognize the sky anymore.
Johan set it up, heads-up match, best of 3, Berbatov versus Hierophant. Well, I don't think that they have any beef, those two. We need a heads-up of people who have beef, like, let's say Hierophant and Tweetamo. Now we're talking.
I haven't, like, heard of that guy since, like, the thing on stream.
Well, until now in the chat, right?
What?
Hierophant enjoy. That would be funny if it's him.
Tweetamo. I wonder if he still plays poker or if he's broke yet.
Jesus Christ. Should I message him, see if he wants to drop by?
I mean, he's gonna write me another essay on Discord. I can feel him typing.
I talked to, you remember Rajat from India, the Kiss My Ace in the Mid-Stakes Championship? I talked to him about coming on the stream again. It would be fun.
Mm-hmm. Is he gonna?
Maybe, yeah. He seemed interested. I see he's playing right now because Discord reveals, Discord doxes you, it says what you're doing, so I see he's playing right now.
Oh yeah, I have that turned off. It's like, it's so weird. Big breach of privacy. Hierophant enjoys his privacy. You know, Discord sells your DMs to, like, advertisers. It's kind of, like, crazy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we legit sell your DMs.
Wait, sorry, repeat that?
We sell your messages.
Wait,
Like, Discord
what?
sells your
Who would want
messages
that?
to advertisers.
What?
To advertisers.
That's insane.
You will see ads targeted based on what you typed. And it's like the freakiest shit ever.
I mean, like, isn't it like that for everything? Like, almost all the microphones near you and like your phone's microphone is like spying on you. Like, this guy made this video where he's like talking. He's like, "I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna prove my point," and then he speaks about like dog toys into his microphone for like 5 minutes, and then he opens the website and all the ads on the sides they are about dog toys and like dog. It's like, yo, like, come on.
That seems fake, but like, at
No,
this
it's
point,
real.
I
real.
can be convinced.
Yeah.
I could be convinced.
But what I find ridiculous is like this cookies thing. Every time you open a website, it's basically like they're asking you, like, is it okay if we spy on literally everything that you do, and then give you ads depending on that? And then sometimes I can't be bothered, so I press like, okay. And then I check like, website for some sweater or joggers, whatever. I open another website, and all the ads are the exact articles I looked at. and now close the website. He's like, are you sure you still don't want to buy this? It's, yo, come on.
I just click yes because my privacy is so cooked anyways.
Seems like the games today started a bit later than usual. Sometimes they did start in the morning. I guess Linus was one of the main guys to kind of get the game started in the morning.
Also, guy in chat, Owen typed a dissertation on chicken yesterday, so can we please not talk about chicken to Owen? I'm not even joking, he like dropped like a PhD thesis on chicken yesterday.
Oh, and Man on Fire, sorry, I missed your question. Am I still playing Warcraft? I heard there might be some big tournament at BlizzCon. Yeah, I read about that. I do play sometimes, but during this 4 weeks of casting this, I almost don't play at all. And he asked you if you play Path of Exile. Hierophant, do you play that?
Did he ask Hierophant Enjoyer?
No, you.
I think he asked.
Oh yeah, Enjoyer.
I think
sorry,
he asked
yeah.
my fan.
Okay.
And my biggest fan didn't respond. I'm commentating and he's probably not even listening. Cringe.
Wonky, what do you play? And Stuck in Micros, what do you play these days? I feel like we have an interesting mix of players from all across like different stakes. By the way, what about you then? Like, what's your grind been like? Do you play a lot of hours these days, or not so much? Does it vary depending on what games you can find?
No, it's actually it was actually so unlucky because I was traveling and when I was so ready to start grinding, and the day I planned to like grind it out, I get sick. I couldn't play, so like my volume for the past like even like the past month has been like really bad. Yeah, I'm coming back to it though. Like I've been playing some heads up and stuff.
Does it, when that happens, does it stress you that you're not playing as much as you would have liked, or you're able to kind of be like, oh, it doesn't really matter, I'll be able to play later anyway?
Yeah, I'm not too worried. Like I don't like how bad my volume has been lifetime.
Yeah.
Like it's not like abysmal, but it's definitely bad. And I think it's kind of like holding myself back, you know, but it's not too big of an issue, I think. I don't get like mentally nuked because I didn't play or whatever.
Yeah. Dylan says...
What stakes that... What do I play? I play mostly 1K these days.
Dylan asked, how are you doing, Yolan? This is Johan. Yolan is the other Frenchman that actually plays in this. I'm doing good. Wonky say 200 no limit mostly, but I'm not good at just play on Club WT Golds. I'm bad and can play for a living because of how good the games are. Give yourself some credit, man. You're cooking. Who are the two commentators?
Chat, Berbatov is not gonna play me. We used to play a little bit, and then he quit because he's a little scared baby.
Wait, somebody asked about this, or?
Yeah, on the YouTube chat.
What the hell? I don't see that comment.
Was a guy called Linus Berries.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just hallucinating people like talking about me playing heads up.
For some reason, so I have a combined chat in OBS, and for some reason those messages didn't appear.
And another guy asks which sites I play. I play ACR and another site that I'm not gonna talk about. It's like Ugandan fenced pool. Very secret.
Uganda, huh?
Yeah.
And Spam Roban asked who are the two commentators. You can see on the bottom right of the screen, I'm Johan Merlo, and we have Hierophant with us, who played in the mid-stakes championship and also plays some high stakes himself.
Where's Owen's chicken dissertation at? I don't think he's giving it out for free. It's privileged information.
I'm talking to Twitamo. I told him to drop by the stream. And he said, wait for this. He said, cannot remember if that Hierophant is that Lithuanian guy who declined challenge, question mark? Prodigy's horse, question mark? That's the real beef heads up we need here.
Get him in. Get him in.
He said he's not home right now,
God.
but later he's going to check the stream. Oh my God, I love this. Oh, so good. We never had that guy on the call, but he still cracked us up just from the way he played and chatted sometimes. Oh my God. He added something else. Okay, this is getting out of hand, guys. He said, I mean that untalented fraud is third division of poker? Like Serie C1A in Italy or National in France? He need to promote in higher division to play. What? Yes, he said. He just keeps writing.
I mean, last time I spoke to him, he wrote like 2 essays, not just 1 essay. He wrote like 2. That guy is a talented type.
Oh my God. We need to get me on the call. That would be big content. Nice to see Yagot me in the pool as well, like a Peter Knop, who joined the stream yesterday actually for a while and talked to us very nicely.
Yeah, I saw that.
Cool guy. Mr. Aaron Blues asks, guys, you know if Yolan gave up on the challenge? He was playing last night. So we won't know if he gave up until tonight, if we see if he's playing or not. When you have Lamont, the plan explained by him was the best. Really appreciated that one. Yolan, your stream is also really good. Keep it. I can't tell if people still think I'm Yolan or if it's a typo. Like, what's going on? It's Yolan, guys.
Yeah, you're just too French for them. That stuff. Also, that guy also misspelled llama. Llama has 2 L's in it. There is another guy called Flying Llama that has 1 L. So please be cautious of the number of L's you type llama with, because there are 2 guys.
Here's a flying llama. So one of them is air, the other one is water. Sea llama. Come on, like you can't make that mistake.
Yeah. Only lacking like fire, alpaca, and earth.
You ever saw that video? I think it's like in Australia, where this guy is like, you're walking your alpaca. Oh no, you're walking your llama, and then the guy is like insulting him. He's like, that's a freaking alpaca. Yeah, that's so fun. That video is so funny.
Australians are just the funniest people in the world, I think. It's consistently elite humor.
Oh my God, he's still writing, by the way. He added. He added, but if he buys some courage this time, who knows? It's Black Friday. Tell him to contact me and we can arrange heads up challenge whenever he wants. 10-20 minimum stake. Okay, I give him 5-10. Also, it's Black Friday. Dude, wait. I'm just gonna copy paste in case you don't believe me or something. But this was all said.
I know. All I'm gonna say, it's very cringe to ego like this when he spent a whole month before that playing 500 NL at 6 max. It's just probably equivalent of like 300 NL heads up, 200 NL heads up or something. and then acting like he's not gonna play 5-10 or like below 5-10. But anyway, don't want to rehash the whole conversation.
If a heads-up challenge was to be set up, then like, what would you like personally, like in terms of what's I don't know anything about heads-up challenges, but like, what's a good amount of tables to be agreed on and volume?
I spend like most of the day consistently open sitting the lowest rake 1k and L heads up online. If he wanted to play, he would come play me, you know. Like it's not like there's a lack of opportunities when I play like the lowest rake website.
But I mean, like for a challenge, what's common, like for amount of hands or like amount of tables to be agreed on, and then do you guys ever agree on like being on a call together?
It just feels like ego warrioring trying to do like a challenge at 1k in general. It's just not a stake you do a challenge in. It's
well,
like
egos exist though, like egos are a real thing.
Yeah, but we shouldn't at 1k. Like it's a baby stake for baby people, and we can both still have like a bunch of action without like committing to challenges and stuff. I just don't see the point of it.
So what do you suggest then? Just playing without any sort of challenge, just playing.
Yeah, you can set me. Like I haven't quit anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, CGWC doesn't have heads-up tables, but
they don't.
Like during off-peak hours, you can sit and play for like 3 hours without anyone sitting down. Like I've consistently played like 3-hour sessions that's up against people without anyone sitting down. And if someone does, then you just get like a fish table, and then you sit like another table, and you open a new heads-up table, right? And just play the 6 max on the side.
Yeah, I didn't know actually that they don't. It's a bit kind of odd actually. I don't really see a reason why there wouldn't be. Because I imagine like two guys are like set on playing heads up, and then like somebody just keeps joining and ruining their heads up. Like, wouldn't that be annoying?
Yeah, so there are some guys who insist on forcing 3 max, 4 max, or not even 3 max, 4 max, but like 6 max. And like ring games, I mean. But there are very few of them, kind of. Like slightly more at 1k, especially during peak hours. But you can just sit out, right? Like, if you don't want to play ring, you don't have to. And then they either have to play heads up or they leave, you know.
Yeah.
So you can just, if there's someone who wants to play you heads up, basically you can play him.
Okay.
Some guys are very annoying about it though, like, and they will keep like sitting out when you sit out, and then you sit back in, and they will sit back in. So like they will not play heads up, but they will try to force 3 max anyway. Even though we're like, you either gonna play heads up or a game is just not gonna run. So it's just kind of like annoying behavior by them.
Yeah, it seems like if someone wanted to make your life miserable, they could.
Yeah, kind of, but we get bored. There's a guy who played last year, who and like the coin high stakes world championship, who did it like a couple days against me, but I think it's better I don't name him.
Name him.
Well, he went from playing 10k to being a 400 NL rag, and I'm pretty sure 0 people were surprised. So that guy is suffering in life anyway. He can be a bit annoying. I can see why he would have these meltdowns.
Just last night, can you give me tips on how to deal with grimmers? Isn't that reportable on almost like everywhere? I would assume it is.
Okay, someone in chat is saying no one is entitled to hold the table by playing heads up. Yeah, but you're not just like holding. What's the issue with holding the table with playing heads up? It's just I don't really see the issue with it. Like I'm down to play on 9 max tables as well, if for some reason people think it's unfair. Like if someone messages me and asks me to move to like 9 max tables for heads up, I will do it. But yeah, it's also like these are stakes. Their rake is still real. So like at 1K on ACR, rake isn't very bad, but it's still like very present. It's still cutting into your win rate. So insisting on forcing ring and ring battles without studying heads up just seems really weird to me as well.
Hummingbirds with the jam here versus Flushy.
Yeah, we can take a look at it after. Chaucelar is asking how to deal with Grimmers, and my best advice is to just like accept it. ACR doesn't care whatsoever about it.
Really?
And yeah, just accept that it happens. It doesn't like kill your win rate whatsoever. It's not as big of a deal as people think, I think.
I feel like this type of stuff, it's like they don't do anything, but then if you would like, if somebody would give them bad publicity by making it public that this keeps on being allowed, then something will be done probably. Is my guess. Usually with this
I mean, we're definitely burning bridges by grimming. Like,
Yeah.
people talk, like, everyone knows who grims, Like, people talk in DMs and with each other. Many people are disliked because we do it. Like, I imagine...
Oh, you do as well? Is it one of those things where, like, because some people do it, then everybody has to do it?
No. I mean, I assume I sometimes do it by accident, because you just play, like, long sessions and you forget who had the button, and
Yeah.
there's no chat on ACR. But I definitely don't do it, like, intentionally.
There's no chats. What? Everything I hear, every new thing I hear, like, same I tills me.
How is it not a problem? It's literally half big blind every day. So I am probably like the most grimmed person in ACR mid stakes, and I'm not even sure if it's close. And I was looking at my database, and I remember trying to calculate how much EV I lost because of grimming. And I mean, it was sort of a meaningful amount, but it wasn't like win rate breaking, It was like a rounding error or on my overall win rate. So, like, obviously it's very annoying, right? Yeah, like, I'm with you. But there's just no solution to it. So you're not gonna achieve anything by raging about it. And as I said, it doesn't really kill your win rate or anything, so it's okay.
You guys should just play on coin. It's reportable on coin and they do something. Easy.
Yeah, there are other issues with heads up on coin that maybe better not to talk about on stream.
I don't know if you saw, there was I think it was a 5-bet, by the way.
Okay, guy in chat is saying, I'm saying if a third reg sits, you should then play free max or leave rather than sitting out because you want to play heads up. But I don't see why that's the case. Because if I sit out, the table just doesn't run at all. And then, like, the other guy leaves, and instead of me and the original guy holding the table, it's just the original guy holding the table, right? So, I don't know, like, I guess there's one less seat for people watching the lobbies. But I don't know, like, the action is slow enough during the times they play that if you have a table open, you can consistently get a seat anyway. So I don't really see the issue. Like, just like, I just don't think it's that deep. Just let me play heads up if the table is not gonna run otherwise,
Did you see that hand, by the way? I'm curious, because it's 200 big blinds deep, Hummingbird and Jerry. And it's a 2.2 open, 8 BBs on the button. Then he goes 28, again, because they're deep. And Jerry has aces. It's 28 bigs, still too small compared to their stack, where you just want to re-raise still with a, because it's, aces, 100 bigs on the button. It's like you're calling here, right? It's kings that you would be jamming instead, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But here, so what's the argument for making one play over the other between calling or raising?
Sorry, what did he have?
Jerry has aces. They're 200 deep, and he gets 4 bets, and he's on the button versus cutoff.
So sorry, my I was fixing my headphones.
No worries.
Can you repeat again?
200 big blinds deep. Hummingbird opens cutoff. Jerry 3-bets button with aces, and he gets 4 bets. So what's the like? How do you decide whether you call or 5-bet?
I mean, you're just gonna do both, right? Like, it depends on the hand you have, and some hands are just indifferent and just gonna RNG. That doesn't sound like a very good answer, but
Yeah.
there's just not that. I mean, yeah, there's just not much going on yet. I would assume a lot of guys are just playing roughly reasonable preflop in this event.
He ends up forwarding to 6K. Actually, with the way the bet slider works, is that the lowest he could have done, or could he have gone lower? Or like, do you like 6K here with 200 big blinds deep? So 60 bigs, really.
It seems reasonable to me.
Okay.
60 bigs. Like, you're just basically wrapping aces here.
Yeah.
So you don't need to go big to make stuff indifferent. Aces are very invulnerable. Yeah, and he does have aces. Okay, guy in chat is trying to rage bait me. What if I want to play free max though? But that's not the alternative. The alternative isn't playing free max. The alternative is the table doesn't run at all, because I don't want to play free max. For free max to happen, you need 3 people willing to play free max. For heads up to happen, you need 2 people willing to play heads up. Right?
It kind of seems...
Also, if you want to battle free max, just a recommendation, you should probably wait until you play a stake that's rakeless, you know? Because, like, 600 NL, 1k on ECR, it's pretty low rake, it's definitely not rakeless. And, like, heads up win rates are so much bigger that it doesn't really matter, but when it gets into, like, 3 max, and especially, like, 4 max and more so, people are just not gonna have very meaningful win rates.
It's kind of strange not to have heads-up tables for poker software, though. Like, what
In
exactly
fact,
is the point?
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The vast majority of people battling at 500 and 1k on any site, they have gone broke, and majority of people doing it now will also go broke. So I don't really feel the need to like appeal to those people either.
No heads-up tables is great. Heads-up tables were always a cancer. Wait, what? Why? What's your issue with heads-up tables? By the way, what the hell is going on in this hand here? Multi-way. And this looks like a check min click by Jerry. Quite sick. Especially like multi-way. How can this ever be anything else than a jack?
I suspect one of the gentlemen involved is a recreational player, because the pot is way too weird otherwise.
Yeah.
Some like 3-bet pot with like a cold caller.
Or maybe it might have been a squeeze. I think it was a squeeze.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Then it makes more sense. But
I have
still,
no
like,
idea who Hummingbird is.
Yeah, me neither. I expect a jam, but let's see. HDNX says lose rate for fun players is huge. Ultra predatory, the worst 6 max regs in 08. Got to go to them. I'm actually surprised that recreational players would wander into heads-up tables. Like if I was somebody that only played poker like once a month, I would never think to like be like, you know what, let's go and play one-on-one with people at poker. Then again, I guess everybody has like their own tastes in like anything.
Yeah, to the guys saying like
Oh my
fish
God.
lose their deposits at insane rates. Yeah, but that's good for the common man, you know, like for the poker players, it's good that fish lose very fast, right? I guess fish are gonna lose semi-fixed amounts anyway, I think. So the question is how much of it goes to like a soulless multi-billion-dollar corporation. Or okay, like I'm overselling it, but like what percent goes to a site that's already like massively rich anyway, and what percentage goes to the little guy, you know, to me. So I think
To the
fish should be
soulless heads of
losing-
grinder looking for his bottom line.
Yeah.
Only evil is winning
be
out there.
To be fair, a lot of heads up grinders are kind of like soulless. Like the heads up specialists, they're like the bottiest guys somehow. Like I prefer heads up over 6-max, but 6-max guys play with like more soul usually.
You're not one to filter your words, your friend, are you?
Yeah, more likely if fish deposits last, the more likely they are to redeposit. Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. I haven't really considered that. I would have to think more about it. Maybe you're right.
I don't think it's necessarily true, actually. Because imagine, like, people always think, like, the thing about any sort of moneyed wagering, as to not call it gambling, whether it's like, you know, casino games, betting, or in this case, poker, is that when the average person loses, they think about the plus minus, right? Like, so they think, oh, I'm down this much. So then I need to try and play to break even or be up again. They don't treat it as like a new session, like, oh, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to play this amount and I'm probably going to lose. Like nobody thinks of it, I feel, almost in like a really logical way. So if somebody loses their money very quickly, it's more likely they're going to be like, oh, this is BS. Like I need to play again. Obviously, both options are possible. Some of them might be like, oh, that was disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm done playing. But I feel like a lot of people would want to play again immediately. And that's why, like in Vegas, it works like that a lot with the gambling that happens there.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying, but I can also see them just getting really demotivated and quitting for good. I just think it's very hard to evaluate these things. Yeah. Ideally, we would have data on this, like sites probably have data on it. Like how likely fish are to redeposit based on how long they took to bust. I could be convinced either way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I kind of have to go, so yeah, I enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed looking at hands. I enjoyed chatting with chat.
Did you enjoy Hero Fan Enjoyer?
Yeah, that was a nice surprise.
The mystery lives on in the Cash Game Workshop. All right, thank you for being on. Welcome back anytime, as always, and have a good day.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and see you.
Laters. Sportsbook fun players are the best. Yeah, it cracks me up sometimes. The sportsbook spirit, where late on a Sunday, all the gamblers are trying to break even from a rough week or weekend, and they're yelling at the top of their lungs anytime a goal is scored or a home run is hit. What about the shoutouts? Oh, you're right. You are right. I was actually gonna say it, then I was like, nah, screw it. maybe I can try and find someone else. Let me see. I might just go off and go to the gym and get some food, maybe come back later. I mean, the games are kind of going. I feel like usually the games end around like 8 p.m. So I feel like if I go off now and I'm ready at 8 p.m. and there's no games running, it kind of sucks. I'm going to ask Owen if he wants to come by. Yesterday, actually, like I did a 5-hour stream and then I was ready to do another one in the evening and there was literally no tables. That was a great disappointment. Oh, I did schedule a guest, by the way, yesterday. Let me see. It's in a few days, but Monday at almost midnight CET, at midnight CET actually, but Monday night, so really into Tuesday. We're going to have one win soft flop 45, the champ from the Mid Stakes Championship join us on the stream to hang out and break down some hands and, you know, talk about life. That should be pretty good. Hope Coin Poker are paying you well, Johan. Yeah, they're good to me for sure. Is Grimming plus EV? Yeah, I think that's the whole point, is that it is. But it's pretty bad etiquette from what I gather. Shout out to all the fish depositing. You guys are unhinged. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, I'm going to send a bunch of message. Who can we ask? I actually thought the story behind the original first-person Grimming was pretty funny. Kaki told that. And how that guy got cleaned up as well. Okay, I'm not sure who to ask. If you guys have some suggestions, let me know. I'm going to say Shlama. When one win soft flop 45 will be there? Monday nights. Basically when midnight hits and Tuesday begins at midnight pretty much. Central European time. So that would be 11 p.m. UK time Monday. Where are you based, Sao? I can try and find out the exact time for you. Yeah, for him actually it won't be late because he lives in Canada, I believe. Okay, I've messaged a lot of people, so we'll see if anyone ends up wanting to join. If not, maybe I'll go off soon and come back later, hopefully. You can literally avoid the blinds and play button only. Yeah, that's the whole thing about it. It seems like very terrible etiquette, but you know, in this crazy world, for some EV, many things will be done, it would appear. I'll be right back. 2 minutes, guys. I'll leave those 2 show tables on the stream. Be right back. All right, I'm back. See if Fish Jones still in the mix. Oh, nice. Bowie's down to join. I'll invite now. Yeah, pretty cool to get a first-time guest here momentarily. Actually, legit curious to ask some questions. And I think I'll probably be live around an hour-ish more.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going, sir?
I'm good, Matt. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Nice to have you on the stream. First time, right?
Indeed. Yeah, it is.
Nice. Yeah, so usually when any guests come on for the first time, we kind of like we like to ask about or to learn about like your story and how you got started into poker. But here, I would say especially so because I know you have a background in StarCraft, right? You were involved in the StarCraft scene at some point, so would love to hear about this if you don't mind sharing. Like, what were you doing initially in esports, and then how did you get into poker, and what was the start like?
Yeah, so I kind of hopped around a few different games in esports. My main game was actually Trackmania, so my name on coin is Trackmaniac for that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I just kind of played a few other games there and there. I think of the games I played, Trackmania was by far the best game I was about to start. But yeah, I hit Grandmaster one season in StarCraft. It was the part of the Swan Data season though. I was basically a hamster, but but yeah, I had some grounding. I played against. There's some people in StarCraft that play poker now, like CPU in tournaments. I play against was on Alien Invasion as a Protoss. Yeah, so there's a few people I kind of know from the StarCraft scene that play some poker as well. Yeah, it was just kind of through I think when NBK, when he used to stream Counter-Strike, he once hosted Jason Somerville like 10 years ago, playing poker, and I never really got into it. So it was kind of through that I picked up an interest.
Oh, okay, cool. And how competitive were you in Trackmania then? Like I'm guessing you played like some local lands and tournaments, but did you ever play like something international as well, or qualify for a big one, or travel specifically for it?
Yeah, I played ESWC. Came fifth, just for starting the final, which is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I won the ESL Pro Series UK, and I was like 14 or something. In like 2010, 2011.
So
Yeah,
what was the cash for that,
ESWC.
for fifth place?
Back then, like £500 or something, but not too bad for a pretty small game on ESL in
Yeah,
2011 or something. I basically put all the ESWC money in the prize pool. They paid top 4, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I came second at Gamers Assembly, playing in front of a big crowd there. That was quite nice. That's a pretty big LAN in France, for people that don't know. But Prodigy.
Yeah, I've been there many times. Yeah, Poitiers, like it's hard to reach. You have to go to Paris, then take a train.
It's hard to reach. Yeah, exactly. You have to get the TGV. But it's a cool place, though. Actually, I kind of enjoyed.
Yeah,
Assembly. It's
very interesting too. Like those that haven't been to esports events, they don't know. But it's like you have all these games, and they all have a tournament, and they're all next to each other. So even though you're mostly focused on one tournament, there's all these people from other games that like you might know, and pretty fun to immediately like go into some of their games and watch like how they're doing.
Yeah, especially when you're part of a team. So as part of it, I was in Team Acer, and then I was part of Dignitas before I quit and played poker.
Yeah.
And obviously Dignitas was a huge organization that had teams in many different games, so you'd get to know some of the players in other squads as well, just through being part of the same umbrella. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And a very niche industry well, not so much nowadays. I think it's obviously far bigger now than it was a decade ago, and certainly beyond before that. But very similar in terms of how inclusive, like how kind of niche it was as a group of people doing the same thing, I guess.
And so then what was your start in poker like? Like what were you playing? How much bankroll did you start? Like would love to hear about that in details.
I started just playing student free rolls at my Poker Society at my university, and then had some small stakes cash in my local casino, and then I satellite into a tournament through basically a free roll, and ended up chopping this live tournament for like £10,000, and then I basically made an online account with that money, and yeah, just kind of went from there. Really, I've always really been a tournament player.
And were you all in from the start? Like you were like, oh, I'm starting poker. That's like the thing I'm gonna do right now. Or we kind of like testing the waters at first to see what it's like.
Yeah. So that bankroll win, like that win that gave me a bankroll as a student, was in between my first and second year at university. So then, like the first 5-6 months of my second year at university, I was missing more lectures to play more online Sundays and things like this. And when I started winning some more money, eventually, I decided to drop out of university around Easter in 2017. It would have been, and then that was pretty much all in from then.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been quite a while now, I guess.
And would you say your ascension was, like to your liking, or was it quick? Like, what did it feel like going through the stakes and like moving up? How many binds did you move up with when you played like the next limit and everything?
So originally I was playing like 30 to 50 ABI, like all of 2017. Then I won the Thursday Thrill when it was still quite big, a $1,000 tournament on PokerStars, like $80,000 from a satellite. So I blew my bankroll to like 6 figures for the first time. And I kind of played higher, a more decent amount, but I don't think I was quite ready. There was like a period in pre-COVID, 2018, 2019, I was playing a bit more live and stuff. Broke even. Then I kind of realized, especially around when lockdown came about, that I needed to get up, work a lot more if I wanted to really compete at higher stakes. And obviously, as training tools got better and better, the access to information was there if you wanted to put the time in. So I kind of just depended my game to an extent. And then it's basically been since COVID that I'd say I've kind of ascended up to I kind of play most of the higher stakes MTTs online, so it was kind of been since the past 5 years that that's really happened.
And so,
pretty quick.
How many days a week do you play nowadays?
When they run the online championships, like and the other sites run their big MTT series, I'll play 5 or 6 days a week for that month, quite a lot. Outside of that, so like a day, like November, for example, I'll play sometimes only like 3 days a week. Maybe even 2 days a week sometimes. Then I'm doing I have a CFP and other things like that going on, so I'm doing a lot, coaching outside of playing myself. So yeah, I'd say there's periods where I'll lock in and play quite a lot around like when there's more volume, there's more traffic to be had, and then outside of that, in like the quieter periods, I'll play Sundays and pick another day or two of the week to play basically.
So on most days, then, what are we talking in terms of binds? Like, how much are you firing in total on average?
I'd say there's. I always get up to at least 5 figures in binds. Some days can be during a series you can push 5 figures for sure. There are people that go harder than me. I kind of play like 500 ABI, kind of settled down around that point. Whereas I could definitely cut some tables and push that to a 4-figure ABI. But I still like to mix in a lot more of the mid-stake stuff when I'm adding extra tables.
Yeah, well, what's the biggest bind you regularly fire? Like, do you make sure to never miss like one of the 1Ks, or like how about the 5K?
Yeah, I'll play like every Sunday there's a 10K. I'll always play that.
Okay.
Whenever there's like a 25K online, I'll logically play it too. As long as it's not like a 8-man sit and go or something, maybe with extra rake or something. But yeah, on stars I'll play basically anything. Yeah, other sites it just depends here and there.
I remember a while back you played some streamed cash games as well. So what happened there? Was like a glitch in the matrix, or you were able to get a seat in some good game? Like, what was the story there? And I think I only saw you there that one time, and then after that, no more. So did they just ban you after you cooked them, or like what happened?
I didn't get invited back. Yeah, I did very well at the Zero Barrels game in Malta. I just kind of got a seat for sort of the industry. I was meant to be playing a different game, but then that game didn't run. So I kind of just but I was still going to Malta, so I ended up just getting into that game randomly, and ran incredibly hot in that game. So that's quite nice. But yeah, that was the only time I've played a stream cash game.
Okay. But like
it was a good experience.
If given the opportunity, like you would play this type of game again, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. It was like 6-handed, 50-100 with it was 8-2 and 8-3 and 7 deuce on. It was nuts, and then there was like stand up. It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
I ran very hot in that game, which is nice because like I basically had all my action, which is always good.
From what I remember, you also made like some great plays.
Yeah, I mean, I tried my best. I tried, like the times that when I was there, I was, I wasn't gonna shy away from taking, because I do like also in terms of when you get into those situations, if you have clips of making some cool plays and stuff, you might get some action in the future, So it's kind of nice in that regard.
Is there one hand you remember that stands out that you thought like maybe you played particularly well or you were very happy about?
No. There was one hand I actually made a contentious value jam, and Johan folded a better hand, which is hilarious. It was actually the biggest pot I played, yeah. I like free that king jack suited, put off versus hijack. Like 100 effective. He called and I quarter potted on king queen deuce rainbow in position versus check. And the turn was a jack ring in the flush draw. He checked, and I kind of debated check back or like 2/3, 7. I thought, in theory, you probably do check back quite a lot. But I figured just given the game dynamic and the fact we're playing this live 600 on stream and he was like chasing losses and starting to, his VPIP would come up quite significantly and he was splashing around a bit more, that I kind of leaned towards just betting the value. And then the river just bricked out and I debated some kind of bespoke non-all-in size or going all in. I ended up going all in, he tanked for 5 minutes and folded. So I was thinking, wow, is he just folded like queen jack or something? And I know he just had king queen, which is like insane fold. Like
he had top 2.
Yeah, he had top 2. Yeah, it was
oh my god!
I accidentally bluffed him. Yeah, he took like 5 minutes.
Oh my god! And you showed?
No, but it was on stream, and then he was very annoyed after that. he kind of laughed it off because, like, yeah, I guess he didn't see me going. With
That's
that
so sick.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that's kind of like part of the reason why you're going to be careful with the turn. And on the river, it's kind of it's very on the line with my hand for sure. It's the contentious kind of hand of all the hands I have, I guess. But yeah, it's a very memorable one.
Yeah, that's crazy. Actually,
like,
I didn't see that one.
Or something.
Yeah,
there was like some 60k pot or something.
Oh my god! I imagine the chat, because I remember there was quite a few viewers as well. I imagine the chat just blew up.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I got quite a few messages about it afterwards. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with cash, like, I think what's been quite nice about this, and I've only played like 2 or 3 times now. It's been a bunch of hands I've played that I've not been, I'm not too happy about in retrospect, but it is what it is. It's part of it. I've not really studied too much 100 BB recently as dedicated part of my, because like when you play tournaments, you've got to circle around so many different topics of study because you play so many different stack depths and so many different stages.
Yeah.
The anti-game does a great job of replicating early game tournaments, but like, obviously, I'll just do 100 BB once every blue moon, like, because early game, in tournaments that you can push an extra win rate. You can push extra win rate. Obviously, be good deep stack early game, but in tournaments, a lot of the money is made just from executing well in late stage tournament. Late stages when stack sizes are much more shallow. So, shake off some rust and get a lesson from people. It's enjoyable.
CMX wants to join. I'll invite him now. You have to pick up again in a second.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey man.
How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Welcome back to the stream. Actually, I've been watching the mid stakes mechanics of poker podcast, and I heard this story from you that I didn't know about, of how you lost your 20K roll down to $120, and then you grinded back from micro stakes into a few thousands, and then moved up. That was quite wild.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, no, I was a bit shocked because, like, you always hear stories of like some players having to rebuild and stuff, but it does sound so brutal that, like, you lose your role and then you go back. Like, most people who try to find staking or like try to find a shortcut another way, you're like, no, I'm just gonna play like from the lowest game. So I wanted to ask you about this. Like, was that the most difficult time you've had in poker, or like anything to share about this?
Yeah, so it's definitely brutal. The one thing I'll say before I talk about it is I think there's different levels of broken your role. So like, if you look at Stefan, for example, right, I think he lost millions at this point. I'm not sure where he's at now, but from his peak, he basically went broke from nothing, right? And I think that type of a downswing is, you could argue you just can't come back from that big of a downswing. And like, whilst 20k to $100 is still brutal, I feel like it's less devastating than like just downing hundreds of thousands or millions or whatever. But yeah, it was very rough, and it was definitely tempting to just take a shortcut option where I could take a stake and go from there. But I feel like at that point in my poker career, it was a good thing for me to just grind from nothing and learn accountability and like value of money. So I'd say that long run has benefited me a lot. It was definitely the toughest time for me playing during that regrind when I was at $100. But at the same time, I feel like where I am now in terms of my discipline, I feel like it's come a long way because of that. And I think just my personality type in general, I feel like it's probably inevitable that I would have went broke at some point in my career, just the way I am, and I would have to learn from that experience. So, I kind of take it for what it is. Definitely tough, but not necessarily sad that it did happen.
Yeah, no. Very inspiring, I guess. Roll with the punches, like what doesn't kill you, etc. And we got Willie, aka Ablis, joining as well. How is it going, sir?
Oh, it's not too bad, guys. It's not too bad. Going quite well. How about yourself, mate? You good?
Yeah, very good. Plenty of action. It's been very random, this Cash Game Championship. Sometimes, initially I felt like the morning there was a lot of games, and then today I do get up pretty late, and I saw like Prodigy in the morning was trying to get some games going, and there wasn't anyone for a while, but at least like somewhat in the morning until afternoon, evening, and then later in the evening again, the game.
What do you think it is? You think some of the guys don't want to play short-handed with these guys, and like they're just sort of waiting for it to fill up? I can imagine that being some of the case, like not really wanting to sit Linus, Prodigy, and like Davy four-handed doesn't sound too appealing in my head, at least, for a lot of the more fringe guys, like I can't imagine they're queuing up to play that,
They're waiting to see Sherry Sweet in there.
Yeah, they're waiting to see some Sherry
That's a
Sweet.
10-man wait list.
Sherry Sweet's cooking in this. Big win rate.
Yeah, he's the goat. He's the goat, yeah.
Big win rate.
Who's got the most hands played so far? I haven't been so much up to date. Like I've been watching some of the YouTube content. Like I was seeing like the Sea Llama Kakati stuff and things like that. But I don't know who's like who's leading at the moment. Who's played the most hands? Like what's going on?
Do you have the stream open?
Oh no! Can you give me a link, please?
Okay, yeah. I'll give you a link and then I'll bring it up on the stream so you can see same time as us. We'll start from the bottom.
This is the stream.
So at the bottom is Linus, which not many people would have expected, but it seems like he hasn't been playing last few days, so he may be done. But you were asking about volume. I believe it's rigged and probably not even close. He has almost 40k hands. So he's like dwarfing everybody else. So he's been grinding like insane amounts. And
Bro loves poker.
He is grinding a lot, but yesterday, TaxHere, aka Kevin, 5,000 hands. He could meet the eligibility requirement for a prize in 4 days at this rate, but obviously it's probably like he must have played like I don't even want to know, like 16, 18 hours. However long the tables were running. I thought that was a glitch today. I honestly didn't think it was possible to play 5k hands in a day in this format, but he did it.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big grind. Big grind.
Yeah. Look at Davy, man. What a Chad, no? What a Chad.
He was on 300k with 50 BB per 100 earlier, but ever since not been going as smooth.
Yeah, downswing.
Bowie, have you played with a lot of those guys here when you were playing? Because you haven't played too much, mostly when the ante was running. So what's been your experience then playing in this?
Yeah, I've played basically Davy, Owen, Linus, Decky a lot. Decky's pretty much played every hand that I've played, I think, almost. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys that obviously won't play the ante game, and there's only a smaller group of people that play the ante game. And a lot of them will have some hybrid MTT experience as well, right? Or what's the ranges in that regard, I suppose. But yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I've only played like 500 rounds. Because yeah, obviously, like you said, the ante doesn't run really as often. And I'm not like I could play the no ante game, but then at least at the ante game I have some idea of the pre-flop range before I lose somebody, so it's okay.
Was there anybody you played that you thought was impressive or like, really good?
It's been. I mean, I it's kind of just been what I expected. It's just been quite tough.
Yeah.
I've not really seen anything truly groundbreaking. Davy's taken some really cool lines, especially in some multi-way spots. Had me thinking for sure, and be having a look at some things. But yeah, there's been nothing really stand out. I mean, I've only played a few.
Okay.
Davy and Sea Llama just played an insane hand, actually, Hijack Button, where Davy lost a very small pot for the hands that they had. It was quite wild.
Which table was it?
It was on the which table? It was on the table, the no-show 2.
Okay.
It was King 3-5 flop Hijack Button.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Bowie, you're an MTT player, right? Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I remember I watched, I think it was like your 10k FT. I watched it live, like the big one. That was fun. That
was a good one last year,
yeah.
Neki came back from the dead. Yeah.
How many hands?
Back to back, actually.
How many hands ago was it? Sorry.
I think it's that name. It might have been last orbit or something.
And what was the flop?
King of Hearts, 5-3 of diamonds, and they both turn a flush. Hijack Button, which is yeah, it's a pretty bad one. It was like I was replaying. I was like, whoa.
I'm struggling to find it. Give me a sec.
It's like presume Llama's playing a 2-size split river, and he's split into the smaller size, and Davy's kind of like tanked and called the jack-out flush. With some ideas, I guess, of being hard to get called by raising enough by Llama's qualifying range enough of the time or something. I guess that would be.
You say it's stable. No NT2 without show.
Yes.
What? The...
Oh no, it's a show table. Sorry, it's a show table.
Bro.
sorry. No, it's because there's a no anti-show and yeah. Sorry. Yes, show table. No anti-show too. Yeah.
Back info.
The one that's had stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I'll find it much easier then. Give me a sec. Working on it. Sherry, by the way, are you gonna hop back into the mix or are you done for now?
We'll see. I actually yesterday I was sitting one of the tables, but nobody joined, and I got bored after like 10 minutes, so I stopped sitting. I don't know. We'll see. Could play one more session maybe.
Yeah. Okay, I found the hands. I'll pull it up on the stream. So Davy opens 2.2x in the hijack. Llama calls on the button. And we head two-way to King 5-3. With a flush draw, Davy checks. Llama bets small. Quarter. Davy calls. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. And Davy, this time, check calls again. He checks river. And Llama bets big. Or big. When I say big here, I feel like the high stakes guys are like, you think that's big?
Yeah, this will be his small size.
Okay.
The 2-size strat, I would imagine.
And Davy just calls with a flush versus flush.
That's pretty wild. There's a lot of Llama's range here. Value betting in that size will be straights and sets, I'd imagine, depending on free bet frequency. And he protected his smaller size, the King of Diamonds blocker, I imagine. But I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
Is it a very wide range flatting there in this format on the button versus hijack? Can he have like a lot of different hands?
Well, I imagine. I mean, you need to have a flooding range for sure whenever there's no rake, right? Even without Nancy. With a Nancy, it's absolutely paramount for sure. King 6, I imagine 3-bets quite a lot. If it's starting to get in, it's one of those kind of hands that gets in pretty frequently. But yeah, I guess if Llama's got, I mean, I've not really looked at rakeless Nancy.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable free betting hand.
Yeah, I imagine it just makes money free pipping against hijack in this format, right?
Yeah.
In some way. Yeah, post is really interesting. Because Davy has a bunch of different options on every street, basically. I imagine turn is the most frequent option. I mean, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I wonder what the weakest flush Davy is piling here is. Is interesting for sure.
Be
think
very
it's-
in ante, it might be almost enough of a difference with equity against range you'd have just because of the extra combos of suitedness of buttons range. But like, I think an 8 in your hand is really not appetizing, I imagine.
Yeah. I was thinking
Definitely.
like how much he accounts for his kicker actually. What flushes that blocks.
Yeah,
I
having a
think-
hand like Jack 10 of diamonds seems immediately quite decently more comfortable in a weird way.
Yeah.
It
you-
seems like a big deal, to be honest. It seems like a kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
In my head, at least.
Do you think most players
Yeah.
would find a check call here in Davis' shoes, or most players would be more inclined to just pile it at some point, if not definitely on the river?
I feel like the issue with jam here is like Barry was saying, it's like it does start to feel like a bit of an overplay because you're like there's not that many weaker flushes that are calling you, and then it's like when villain has so many flushes in this line, sorry, well, like when button has so many flushes, it's like are they really gonna start looking to hero call a straight or a three of a kind? And yeah, they it gets very dicey, I feel like.
Iblis, any thoughts to add on this?
It's interesting because, like, I mean, just in terms of perceived, like he's having, I mean, not tons and tons, but like fair amount of just like, ace of diamonds. Like, so it like feels, like it feels like one of the spots you could be like more inclined to like. Let's say if Jack 8's thin, it could be thin. Like I'm not too not 100%, but like I would feel like a bit more inclined to do it just because I perceived to have so many bluffs. So I feel like he could dip into like hands that are just like pure catchers, just because of the sort of the perception of the spot potentially. But maybe this is like sort of rudimentary. I'm not too sure. It just put something that came into my head, but yeah, it feels like if he has like I don't know, like Jack 10 diamonds, like I feel like maybe he might raise it. I'm not too sure. It's interesting. I don't know. I feel like I would have
Good
been
point, I
tempted
feel like.
to raise
Good
though.
point. Yeah, with the ace of diamonds, just having all the ace king off, ace queen off, it's like even ace jack off with ace of diamonds could potentially float turn because you have the nut draw. It's like, yeah, you can just arrive here with a lot of bluffing candidates.
Like, hands like that would probably check raise turn pretty frequently. I mean,
Yeah,
certainly
that's
ace 10 with the ace of diamonds, like I imagine ace of diamonds 9, ace of diamonds 10 are probably check raise.
yeah, that's a
I mean,
fair
it's-
point as well.
Do you
I
not
think
think
ace-
when like turn size is used, it's like a relatively decent like turn size? It's like not quite a lot of incentivification to like not not raise like nut flush, so therefore not play as much bluff raise with like bare ace of diamonds. That's just something that I'm sort of thinking about, but maybe I'm off the mark.
I mean, if Lambert's one sizing turn, he's still just going to be he's still going to have a bunch of static equity at the bottom for at least the frequency, right? You're going to be a little bit, and obviously the board is still at mercy to changing, even for his rather good hands. But that's it, I suppose.
I feel like the main value of raising like a naked ace diamonds turn would probably be if you can ever fold out like a merged bet from Llama, if he ever has like a sixes with diamond this merging turn, or like I mean I don't know if he even merges these on turn, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, if you play one size like he is, I imagine, so you could still bet as you can't, like I was saying, I think you can still merge your better king X. I mean, not so much merge. You can't just go bet check with a bunch of like static king X.
Yeah.
It's still pretty damn reasonable. When you're so
And I think
protected by
like
the
sixes makes a nice bet, right? Turn, because you fold nines with no diamond, you get called by like potentially, you know, ace queen off with diamond, ace jack off with diamond.
What is people thinking like worst hand for value? See Llamas having on turn for, I think it was 2/3 or
Mm,
it feels like kind of like I don't think you can really bet a king like
no,
that.
I would say trips.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well. So I kind of feel like there's not a lot of like bet turn check river, because like kind of all the hands that bet turn in that way are it's sort of worth river bet. I think it's sort of, so I don't expect like a lot of like B66 or whatever it was turn, or B75 turn and check river. Like I feel like there's not like tons of hands in range that like really behave that way. And like I don't know, I feel like it could be like 4s, 6s with like diamond that probably fire river too when they bet twice, to be honest. So I'm not sure how much of it like a bet check there is. Like it feels like there's not really much of it. I don't know. Feels like set can bet again, like on river. Like you can just bucket the same as like flush. You could play like, or you could play like, yeah, you could play like 2 sizes river, and you could bucket set in same size as flush, like the smaller size or whatever. So I don't know. I was just thinking there's not really too many bet checks in my head, at least. Like even with bluffs or value, you know, like it feels like one of those weird spots where. Do you disagree with that, Barry? Or
I think like top pair is still like when you can have so many good hands and it's still such a clear region that can check call. Like you can still, I imagine, at a clip bet king 10 through king queen that didn't 3-bet, you know, like certainly king queen. I think it's reasonable.
Okay.
Because your hands are dead against check raise, and it's just like your first protocol bet fold anyway. I think it's because like your hand is worth like 1.5 to 2 streets, right? So like doing it that way doesn't, like on the turn when you have so much symmetry with Davy, I think you are allowed to just kind of bet those hands at some non-zero clip.
Fair enough.
Not saying that it's something you do all the time. That'd be pretty bad, but
quite an interesting term you used there about 1.5 to 2 streets. Usually I only hear people say like 1, 2, or 3, but it's actually kind of interesting because I definitely I feel that a lot intuitively with a lot of hands where it's like it feels somewhere in between like 2 and 3 or 1 and 2, and it's not clear if it's one or the other. It's kind of an interesting way of putting it.
yeah, because boards can change. Well, this happens a lot in like check back nodes, right? When you're like, protecting your check back range, sometimes the board will just run out where you could actually never have bet. But obviously, maybe your hand will mix. Maybe it checks back flop often, and sometimes bets turn if you play more polarized flop. But then sometimes the turn's really bad, and you'll always check the turn. Or sometimes you'll mix the turn check, and the river's really bad, and you'll just have to check 3 now all of a sudden, where your hand might have been half a street.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that it's quite fluid sometimes. I know. So.
I have a question here. If Davy had ace of diamonds, queen of clubs, for example, could he have taken this whole line and then on the river planned to check jam as a bluff?
It would be reasonable. I think you'd have to be careful with the ace of diamonds. Because I'm not sure how much Llama, like obviously if Llama is just for the 2 sides river, like the nut flush itself generally doesn't go too much into the small size. So I imagine like a pair of diamond probably does better to bluff against the smaller size, because Llama's hands to protect his thinner value bets would be a non-nutted flush, generally speaking. I think obviously a king high flush is relatively good and somewhere in the middle in that regard, but
yeah, that's interesting.
But I think when you have the ace of diamonds, Llama's strategy built around the ace of diamonds is going to be to put a lot more money in on the river. I would have like kind of arrived at in my mind, I think. But I could be wrong with that.
No, it definitely makes a lot of sense to me, at least. Like, yeah, I don't see like a like a big incentivization to put like ace high flush in the sim size that he used, just because like you're blocking like main like sort of bluffs in a way, you know, like from like villain, like what you kind of have this small size and like so it gets raised as well, you know, it's a function of it, and like it doesn't seem like that's fits well into it because it kind of blocks that from happening, sort of thing. So yeah, I kind of get it.
And then you guys were talking on the turn about what Llama should bet like this, like if it might be trips, I mean, a set plus. If he has a set here in his hands, then is he betting the river the way he did it, and then is he calling a jam? Is that something that's possible to establish here?
Well, against all in, the hand is clearly indifferent, and then it just comes down to like what his approach is within different hands, right? Like some people would probably mix, some people would like deviate based on play or line or whatever they perceive about the spot. It's difficult to say exactly how we would play like a set on river.
Yeah.
It's also super interesting because I'm knowing that like Llama doesn't have full frequency sets. I literally heard him speak about an exact similar texture where he like demanded a check instantly with a set on a similar board, and yeah, so it's not like having full frequency sets or anything like that. It's like mixed frequency sets. Like I think solver is probably like half. I could be wrong, but it's probably like half. Jack half bet. I'm not too sure.
And then
so it's not like he's flooded with sats or anything like on turn, because he's having like half frequency or less, maybe even. It could potentially be like, it could be no frequency flop bet. To be honest, you never know, man. To be honest, the guy seems like he just sort of does what he wants, you know. I don't know.
yeah, from Davy, actually, there's been a lot of talks, and we've seen a lot of clicking from him. And the way some players have described it is that it's very hard to see a river versus Davy. But here, this hand was kind of the opposite. So, do you think it just goes with the flow then, like, and then really adapts to every hand separately? Because, like, the way it was being talked about before, I was picturing this guy that, like, always. It's gonna be there's never gonna be any like check call, or just like bet and not raise. But here, that's kind of what it was.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
might just not be playing tons of raise on the turn. Like I did hear that he's got like mega high turn aggression frequency. I've heard that myself. Sorry to cut you.
No, all good. Yeah, I was kind of say the same thing, and also like, even if he's playing that sort of approach, he might be doing it with more of a top percent of range and not just like middling flushes. On a board like this, so he might be playing on strategy, but just more polar towards like the nut flushes, and not the middling ones.
Okay.
It is interesting though, because it seems like a cool spot to like, if this is slightly too thin, to value trick in a way. So like it's, I don't know, like it feels like it would almost be gauging on that, like a value trick if he did something on river. I'm not too sure. It's interesting.
So then maybe if he had like ace of diamond and like queen of whatever, he check raises turn. That would be crazy.
I've not actually seen many hands from Davy. I'm not entirely sure. It's not inconceivable though.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting one. Thank you for Bowie for telling us about it.
Generally, a rule of thumb when you check raise these spots pre-river with the ace of diamonds is the lower kicker you have is the better to kind of take the more aggressive approach. So if you're up an ace 8 off in the hijack, at least an empty, it's kind of like a mixed deep. That would be a much more. It's immediately a much more kind of attractive hand to throw into the check raise node, as opposed to like ace of diamonds queen that has more check call EV with its kicker. And then on the turn, the similar thing kind of happens, and then you go towards like the 9 or the 10 of the jack, from my experience. But ace of diamonds queen kind of still finds itself in more of a passive node, especially when you're opening such late position vehicles. Yeah, it's kind of, you know. I think ultimately it just comes down to like, the plus you have madness right here. So
Yeah. Probably like not that significant on what you're saying as well, but I think it's like worth mentioning. If we're not sure what the bottom of his turn bet threshold is, if it could be king queen, then I guess having a queen is like a negative reroll, because like even if he doesn't bet that thin on turn, it's like if there's a chance he does and you block those bet folds, it's just bad. Whereas ace is like a lot cleaner.
Schweit in the chat asks, do you think there is a chance Lama plays one size on river, given what Ablis was saying about so many good-looking bluff candidates in Davy's shoes? I feel like despite blocking the king, his hand would fit in the bigger size, unblocking all the mid flushes.
I've heard him say he doesn't play one sizing strategies, so like he's very good at playing many sizing strategies, and he thinks that's his edge over a lot of other players. So I would lean towards thinking no, not just one sizing.
Okay.
I would think definitely not, just because like we will have like ace-high flushes as well. It just doesn't seem like it fits that well, like in my opinion.
Yeah, that's
Like
fair.
if you think about how it functions and like where bluffs are going to come from Davy and things like that, like there's just not really a whole lot of incentive to put ace-high flush into the same size. In fact, there's like none. There's like no incentive at all, really.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, very interesting hand. Let's see. I think the action maybe will. So it looks like it's going to come to an end pretty soon, but there's a lot of hands that are loaded into the replayer. So if you guys want to go over a few more, I'm definitely down. Just let me know. No pressure, of course.
No. That's one thing I've noticed about this high stakes championship. The action seems to come and go, right? It's like game's running for a couple hours, then it's gone.
It fluctuates
Mistakes
a
are just
ton.
like round the clock. Yeah, it fluctuates a lot.
And like the hours changed quite a bit too. I really feel like initially it was a lot about like the morning. I was so shocked too because like in the previous Cash Game World Championship, it was really about I thought it was about the late nights personally. I thought that was prime time when there was the most games. So going into this one, I was like, oh, I'll get ready. I'll wake up in the afternoon. And then I wake up in the afternoon and it's like the games are running from the morning until like early afternoon and then they stop. I was like, okay, I guess I gotta rechange my sleep schedule. So it was a bit of a struggle initially, but starting to get the hang of it more now. Okay, I got it in hand. So in this, actually, wait, let's do, we reveal one of the cards, at least. Let me look at the action. Okay, so we're gonna do, in position is almost a little too easy. Yeah, let's do Bepe. Bepe has ace-4 of diamonds. Now I'll bring up the replayer. So Prodigy opens 2.25 in the cutoff. Bepe, ace-4 of diamonds on the button, calls. And ace-6-4 rainbow is the flop. Prodigy checks. Bepe checks back. Why check back 2 pairs?
It's probably a mix, to be fair. I gotta imagine like it. I feel like on these textures, I don't know. It could be different on like this one specifically or something, but it tends to be that like sets and like hands like this mix. Like they mix like half. I could be wrong. If someone wants to correct me, they could.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's pure bang.
Yeah, it's probably just rolled. Probably just rolled for it.
And so, like, I assume the point is to be balanced, but then as somebody who doesn't understand how that balance works at all, how would you describe it then? Is to protect some other hands that you might do this with, or?
Well, yeah, if he like just bets everything, and then when he goes check, he's just like fully like open to getting shit on, you know. So he has to have a few of them. Yeah.
Fantastic description.
There is a phenomenon as well when you have like a 2-pair that your second pair is a low card, and the equity of your hand just deteriorates across multiple streets.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Okay.
So you know, like when you have ace-10 on ace-10-6, you won't see ace-10 check really very often ever, but you'll see ace-6 or something. At least you know. Yeah, go more into that mixed strategy instead.
So for hands that are not top 2, then there'll be more like slow play, like say out of position, less check raise, and in position less bet or raising. Would you say, or is that exaggeration or misinterpretation of this?
I think that's it. I think it's just it's hard to sometimes understand exactly why you see an output and you can put every single dot together. You've just got to try and make sense of the best way you can do it is just look at lots of different runouts and look at how much equity your hand has, triple barreling or something.
Yeah.
And you just got to kind of do it that way. A lot of it also comes down to, on a board like ace 10-6, which would be much different. You would run a big bet generally, but then cut off. Whereas, ace 6-4, there are more reasons to run a smaller size, so that affects your betting frequency as well, naturally.
Okay.
But there's going to be some aspects around the frequency in which you're betting.
Just real quick, I see someone in chat looking for the leaderboard. Poker News. Poker News. Oh. No, not Poker News. PokerStrategy.com, sorry. /news. And then you get like a lot of the news and updates there, and a link to the leaderboard as well, which you can then bookmark and check daily. So that's PokerStrategy.com /news. So we get check, 10 of hearts, check again from Prodigy, and BP bet spots. Is that what is to be expected in this line here from most hands? And what like we know the hand is going to continue. So then, what does Prodigy have here at this point that might check call or check raise?
I mean, both play like the 10 will just be a key card here because Better could have ace 10 pretty high frequency, right? And that's going to be the most frequent hand he has for value, density wise. So, if Owen's going to do something, it would be playing around the idea of having a 10 in the 10, I'd imagine. Non-calling nature, but obviously that hand would be hit somehow, I imagine. I think just the idea here on the turn is Pepper's just not reopening that often. And he has plenty of good hands in his checking range. He has ace 4 here, for example. He could have ace jack. And it's not like, it's not the spot that you're going to reopen 7s here. That's so it's just going to be like a low delay frequency on this particular card, and pot is just kind of a size that makes sense, I think.
Yeah, Bowie, are you surprised it's only pot, or would you expect it to be
Yeah.
slightly more polar than this? Because that's what I was thinking in my
I was
head.
thinking that as well.
I think the frequency of you having a hand better than exactly top 2 is too much of a rarity, and hands like ace 9 still are pretty, contentious in that in such a line or something.
Oh,
right?
okay, so what would you sort of perceive like what do you think like bottom of like potting range is on turn in your head?
It would probably be something like ace 9 and maybe ace 9.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's how I would see it. Because like in this line, you'll just do a lot of raising against Prodigy block and check, right? That's kind of a pretty common heuristic here, I think. In these cutoff button situations, because Better could still have a lot of pretty good hands checking bet the turn. So you would see.
I just got. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I think you would see Owen reopen for block a lot and have like some kind of 2-side strategy river in the node where no money goes in, and then Better then just has to do a lot of like medium-sized raising built around ace X to these. The times that you check an ace on the flop, you actually very often would check the turn, I imagine. But then the better ones will, start to move towards this kind of strategy. That's at least how I perceive it.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we do see a call. 4 of hearts on the river. Prodigy checks. And
Hello.
hello. Look at this.
Prodigy does check, I guess.
We're reviewing one of your hands right now.
This one.
And yeah, you
This
check.
might be wrong. I might not be supposed to go all in, but it's close.
Pepe bets and you spoiled it. You go all in. So what do you guys think should be doing this here in this line? Like what hands can you think of? And then if you're Pepe, then what is he in a tough spot with? Maybe Sherry, if you want to take it first.
And Prodigy's wrapping a flush, or I would imagine mainly a flush actually in this line. I wouldn't expect to see trips go this thin, although maybe it does. I don't think so. And then Beppy's gonna be in a tough spot with, I guess, like ace 10, ace 6. Weaker flushes maybe.
Well, what about if he holds a high heart? Does that change anything here or not?
Like, give me an example. Like with a flush, you mean?
No, without a flush. Actually, yeah.
Oh, like ace queen off with heart.
Yeah, I don't know what he would flat, to be honest. I don't know those ranges at all, so I can think of hands.
Yeah, it can be ace queen off.
Ace queen off. I mean, ace jack off is like a bit thin if I have proper checking range on the river, but
yeah.
Okay. And
That's like worst hand for value is like ace queen off from Beppe.
And so, what bluff catcher here might he be inclined to call with? Was that the ones you mentioned that he's in a tough spot with, or anything else?
I mean, I don't know if Prodigy would play like queen 10 off with queen of hearts in this way and then turn it into a bluff, blocking like 10s and queen high flush. I don't know if he would do that. So like ace queen could maybe have bad, like you're blocking a lot of bluff combos potentially, but I don't know how he's constructing.
Okay. All right. Well, we knew he had ace 4, but now Prodigy's hands is revealed, and he backdoored the nut flush. Seems like one of the spots where you feel you got lucky with the backdoor, but actually no, it's the other guy that.
Yeah. It's also like it's versus a guy who, like, so there are guys who will just always free bet 10s. Which, especially with no rake, is a pretty big mistake. And then there are also guys who will always see bet on the flop of his hand, or not see bet but stab. But Beppe's kind of like Beppe's good enough to not make those mistakes. He's very accurate. Do you know the thing? So I knew I could be beat against Beppe when I jammed, and then like he took like I don't know 5-10 seconds to call, and I was like, phew, faded the snap. He doesn't have a boat. Then he called. What the fuck?
Do you think like this type of hand opens up interesting dynamics in the future, because now you made a jam that could be interpreted as like, a little bit thin?
Dude, I'm just a whale. I'm looking at it now. It's a 4 billion mistake to jam. Well, I mean, some nut flushes are jamming, but like, I think it's like this weird thing where they're doing a bit of non-linear calling and we're trying to punish that.
Yeah.
Not even, actually. Not even. No, it's just like, I mean, okay, so some nut flushes with like the high-low ones get to do a small frequency of jamming because they're unblocking, or like King 6 specifically because it blocks the pocket 6's slow play. Which is supposed to be in there like 10% or like 20%, but apparently that's just enough to mix, like to sometimes jam. But yeah, God, this is so bad. I mean, I'm looking at this now. I'm just supposed to like raise 75.
Yeah, but the sim is not always like a definitive thing, right? Or is it like in stakes where like this, where you have a solid player against you? Then
well, no, but like it's probably even worse. It's probably even worse than the sim because like his hand is mostly just supposed to jam.
Yeah.
And so okay, it goes 75 sometimes, right? But that's supposed to be quite a rare line. So when you see this hand going 75, it kind of like, it sort of indicates that he's probably doing it a bit more than, do you know what I mean? Like basically it's like you're not supposed to run into this that often. So when you do, it's kind of, there's a decent chance it's in there more than it should be. Okay. So I'm just running into boats even more often than the sim, and then it's an even bigger mistake. But I mean, like that's kind of conjecture. But still like tilting fucking spot. I like the thing which annoyed me was like in game, I thought about. I was like, should I raise 75? Should I jam? And I was like, 75 is like really weird because like I was just like, I'm basically getting clicked all in if he comes over the top, and I couldn't think of a clear plan for that. And so then I just jam myself. I'm like, that's such fish logic. Like, if I can't come up with a clear plan, then it should just be like raise 75 and then just fucking deal with it. RNG if I have to. But I was just like, fuck it, probably good enough to jam. It's just like, I don't know, I think it's so bad. Especially, the more I look at it, seeing like the King 9, it's just really hard for him to actually have a worse flush. Like the 9 blocks so many of his worst flushes, which might reasonably call. Like Queen 9, Jack 9 of hearts, like Ace of hearts, like what the 10 of hearts is blocked by the board. So it's actually, so I can kind of see why you can actually consider jamming a high-low flush, but the high one sucks. So yeah, that's a shame. It's kind of early. It was early in the session. I was pretty happy with myself for not tilting off after that. Like, I got stacked twice very quickly, but managed to come back on this like second session of the day and won like a buy-in or two.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Do you feel like this type of spot, like initially it reminded me of like sometimes I play a hand and it's like I'm a little bit torn about it because I don't know. I just don't know. Even if I review it, I don't know like what to draw from it. And I feel like those type of hands are also very hard not to be results oriented on. But now it seems from thinking about it and looking it up, you decided that you already kind of dead set on like the way that it should be played.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the thing which irritated me was I kind of didn't need to look it up. Like I kind of knew this.
Yeah.
And like, okay, sure, maybe I raise, he 3-bets over the top, and then like I call, but it is a mix at that point. There's like there's a real frequency that we save the last 50 big blinds. I think with the 9 of hearts not even raising is actually kind of legit, but I was just like, ooh, nut flush, have to raise. But yeah, it actually kind of sucks as a like. Yeah, with the oh man, I'm hating it the more I look at it. It's not a good play. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those plays where it's like, I think it's a pretty decent sized strategic error, but it's like easy to see why it happens because you improve on the river, nut flush, and you're just like, oh my god, I want to get all the money in, and it actually takes a lot of discipline to be like, no, the hand is only like a smaller raise, instead of just piling. But well.
So how do you think in game you were playing one size? Do you think you were just playing one size raise, like you just have raise jam, or you have like you do actually have? I guess you have like weaker flushes actually. Never mind.
I mean, like weaker flushes just can't even raise really. Yeah, like queen high ones can raise. But so is it like just king high flushes that play like smaller raise? Is that it? Yeah, I mean that's basically like I don't really have much else to I have occasional trapped sets. Like I have a small frequency of check call, pocket 10s, pocket 6s, pocket 4s for the quads, which can jam. But yeah, there's not much of a rate. That's kind of why he's supposed to rip it in himself, because I don't actually have that many hands which can raise. It's sort of like when you start thinking about like what I can actually raise, then it suddenly becomes, oh, okay, I can see why his ace 4 is kind of just supposed to put the money in. Yeah, and then like if he shoves, my hand's just a 0 EV catcher. Like I would have snapped it in, like not even thinking about it. But it's kind of funny if you have the wrong nut. I mean, to found I'm looking at Bruce here, but like some of the wrong nut flushes are like -20, -30 BB captures. Like the king, queen, and king jack of hearts for some reason just sucks super bad. I guess you're getting jammed on by like queen jack with a heart, king jack with a heart. All that stuff. Do you think he thinks you might overbluff versus like this like B75 or whatever he did, or you don't think that's like that pros? Maybe. Yeah, it is quite easy for me to have a blocker. The thing is, you can own someone over bluffing without having their nuts. You know what I mean? Like you don't. If his read is that he's going to reopen and then I'm gonna raise too much with like ace plus blocker, you can own that by like just bet calling ace 10. you don't need this strong hand, right?
True, but it's so comfortable now. It's so comfortable.
Yeah, I know. But like, I get it. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I mean, but it's also like, you know, well, it kind of depends on the player. Actually, some people will just run into the nuts and be like, that sucks, but he probably would have folded a real catcher. And then but some people, if they run into a catcher, they'll just be like, well, at least he had a decision. At least I didn't just give my stack away to a boat. Like, so it depends what kind of guy you're up against.
I see.
But I don't know. You're supposed to do a bit of both. Also, maybe he just RNG. Like the thing is, sometimes I have a habit of like trying to read like tons into showdowns because it's just sort of how I think about the game. And then, but like Beppa's just super fucking accurate. So it's kind of like maybe Beppa's just playing well. And he's just like, you know, like even if the combos might not be, you know, like say, you know, I've got the sim here, and tens is supposed to go and be 75 half the time, and then this one's only supposed to go and be 75 like 10-15%. Maybe he just rolled 25 for all of them and it's fine. You know, or it's like you can get them the wrong way around. Like those mistakes are super easy and very human to make. It's very human here to be like, yeah, like ace 10 is like one of my thinnest reopens, and I have an ace in my hand. I also have like, you know, I'm maybe reopening ace king or ace king if he flats it pre, or like ace queen with a heart. So then it's like, okay, well, like having an ace in my hand makes sense to protect those hands. Like that's, you know, that would be a reasonable way of looking at the spot. Obviously, it's like, you know, the sim wants to do it the other way around, but it's not a big deal.
I actually think there's like more, I don't know how, like I feel like more comfortable with the first thought process you had, that like if you see it in here, it's probably in here too much. Like I feel like that's so true. Like
yeah, I mean it's like it's the Bayesian thing, right? It doesn't take many trials for coin flips to converge. So it's like you can actually kind of extrapolate off a fairly small sample if someone's off. But like one is definitely overdrawing your conclusions.
True, but I'm always like a guy, you know, like small sample bias, you know, like just fuck it, man. You might as well. It's all you have to go off, you know.
Yeah,
like, you don't have anything else to go off.
Like throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. You know, I always say like be a bit of a scientist playing poker, right? Just come up with a bunch of crazy crackpot theories, and then if you're wrong, like no big deal. As long as you're like not wedded to them, right? And also as long as you don't like generalize them too much as well. Like you might have, you know, you could see, like, say my theory was, in this specific spot for some reason, like I feel like Beppa, just to be like he always puts a boat in B75, right? He just always wants to induce me. But then it's like there might be another spot where that's like not true. But I feel like people really like to have this false confidence when they play of being like they try. I've seen so many times people extrapolate a read from somewhere else and then like put it all the way across the game tree, and then that often leads to disaster and dusting.
I think it's like important to know. You don't think it's like important to know like how delusional are you? Like, you know, you have to know how delusional you are on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, I was literally watching. I was watching. Do you know Veritasium, the YouTuber? He's amazing for all this kind of thing. Like he did a video on recently. It was on like how people estimate their confidence versus like how often they're actually right. You know, if you ask people a question and then ask people to say how confident they are that they got it right, people like underperform the confidence that they state by about 20 to 30%.
You mean they think they're more correct than they are, or the reverse?
Yeah, no, as in like if you ask someone a question, they give you the answer, and then you say, "Oh, how confident are you?" If someone says 100%, they're probably more like in the 70 to 80% correct region.
Okay, wow, interesting. Yeah.
These have to, like, obviously they can't be questions which are someone's field of expertise. They're more like, you know, judgment based things. They like some of the questions they were asking people was like, "Oh, are there more like stars in this like stars in the universe, or like trees on the planet or something?" stuff which like people wouldn't have come across, because obviously it gets like, you know, if someone if someone asks something which you can just like know easily, then but yeah, just like stuff like that. Like when people have to make these like vague estimations, people always like miss various uncertainties which stack up.
Interesting, yeah, definitely interesting.
Owen,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
Owen, did you see the flush over flush of Davy, the hand of Davy versus Llama?
No, go for it.
Okay.
It's weird. I'm in this state of like I love watching Davy play. I think he plays great poker, and I'm kind of rooting for him. But also, I do want to catch these guys. So
let me find. I need a minute to find it. Hey, by the way, the game started a bit later today, right? I saw you asking about people to join you and stuff.
Yeah, that was a game until like 7 or 8 a.m. I'm supposed to be going to a live game, actually. I'm playing live PLO apparently in half an hour, but like I told them I'd be late. So
PLO.
Yeah.
DJing it
up. Go dunk it off in some PLO. It's funny. It's it's quite easy for me to get invites to PLO games. It helps when it helps when you fucking suck.
Okay, wait. There's a big hand developing, so just gonna watch this first here, Llama and Kevin right now, and then after that, I have the hand loaded in the replayer. Kevin snap check on the river. It's interesting. It looked like the action was gonna stop for now, and then a couple of people sat down and like, no, you know what? Let's play. Limitless is in there.
Dude, I sat earlier and Limitless instant quit, and then I quit now and Limitless comes back. I'm on to you, Victor.
He calls. Nope. Damn, Llama is going so thin, right? No, is he not? Queens on Ace River, and he gets paid again. Okay, we can do that one after.
I mean,
did you see there was the other jam with the aces that people were shocked about yesterday?
I'm curious. Before we,
which one do you want to do? The one that just happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like Queens can be reasonable there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
But I didn't see the line.
Okay, let me find it. Wait, why is it not? It just happened here. I think like I sorted by pot size in the replayer, and then now it's like all over the place.
Yeah, the replay was bugging for me the other day as well.
Once you sort by pot size, you're kind of stuck in that.
Oh, that might be it.
Okay, I found it. All right, bring it up on stream now. So we got open in the cutoff by Kevin 2.2, Llama 3 bets the button. Kevin calls 7-6-4 with a flush draw. And Kevin bets. Wait. He called the 3-bet and then he donk bets?
Yeah. This is. I mean, this isn't quite the pinnacle. 7-6-5 would be the. 7-6-5 would be like the god board, but like this is close.
Yeah.
This is probably the second best board for the caller. I think.
You'd lead more than you check, right? Even no answer.
Sorry.
You probably lead more than you check.
Yeah, I mean, like 7-6-5 is almost the range lead, so this is like close.
Yeah, it's got to be far.
Yeah, I mean, it depends exactly what size you use for 25. I mean, if you go a bit smaller, then maybe it will become. But yeah, you lead tons here, and then Llama goes for the raise,
and Kevin calls.
Yeah,
9 of hearts on the turn. Kevin checks. Llama bets. Like,
yeah, I mean, Kevin had 9-8, right? He's probably just supposed to check shove the turn, I would guess. I don't
So-
think you're supposed to let him push and just hit all their overcards for free here. I mean,
There's still 80 big blinds
I
deep
think
on the turn.
yeah, but like you're getting stacks
just
on
put
so
into
many
it.
rivers anyway, and you get it. You do get it in ahead sometimes. You get it in ahead versus like 8-7 nut flush draws.
So what's the point of jamming turn? Is to deny equity to certain hands have to fold that maybe you're racing with, or what?
Yeah, like you're just gonna have to play the rivers out of position anyway, and it's just gonna suck. So you kind of just take your medicine now. Die by your own hand, as Derp calls it.
Every card above a 10 is incredibly low EV for you, basically.
Sorry.
Every card above a 10 is just incredibly low EV for you. But,
Yeah. It's just, I mean, playing out of position just sucks. Why do it?
So then on an ace river here, how much do they have left?
Yeah, I think it's just a good value jam.
47 BBs effective.
Wait, what size did he go on the turn? I'm checking this. Did he go like half pot or what?
No, like 65, 66%.
Oh, how deep are they? They're like, how deep are they to start the hand? I'm running this on the side.
Let me check precisely. Just 104. 104 BBs.
Okay. So he went. Okay, so he went. So they're 104, and he went like 25.
22, 2.2 BBs, 7.5
Okay.
BBs. And then quarter on the flop raised to almost same amount that's in the pot.
Pretty funny. I imagine with overpairs on the river, having a club is like a massive bonus. If you had like jacks with a club here as lava, like how do you ever lose on the offsuit ace when you block ace jack of clubs, right? Something like this. If it's so interesting.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It feels like he should basically like. It feels like he kind of basically never loses. I like, yeah. There's 40% pot left to play. Like this.
You don't
this
need to win
9-8
very often.
has to count the turn. There's no way that this 9-8 can be a call on the turn. Yeah. Well, no. I tell a lie. It's like a 25% of the time you get to call on the turn.
And then how would it proceed river then, if it does?
I kind of doubt you get to fold on river.
Yeah.
Because you're just folding so many missed combo draws. Oh, it is 0 EV actually. You just get to overfold the river by quite a lot, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, you just have so many combo draws that you just like, and you don't give a fuck about them. You just fold all the combo draws and then, you know, whatever. Queens is mixed value jam. And yeah, as you said, having the club makes it basically full frequency for queens, and like jacks needs the club without it as checking, which is a bit weird. Given like our opposition, like apparently Kevin has a tiny frequency of queens which gets to the river, which makes jacks like need a club and queens can still jam without one. Right, okay. I mean, I don't know, this seems a bit in outer space. But yeah, I mean it's it's pretty good not to make a nitty check back from him there. I guess yeah, Kevin kind of like apparently you could get away on the river though. I kind of thought this one would be like just you have to snap it in. Like you're folding so many combo draws and you unblock all the bluffs. Like, how does he bluff with an 8 in his hand? It's really hard for him to have an 8 in his hand as a bluff.
Does Kevin on the river here have ace jack of clubs, ace queen of clubs played like this, and then
that's why you need the club of jacks.
Yeah.
Oh, the reason. So ace queen just donk jams apparently for us randomly. So it's less relevant when you have the. I don't know. That's kind of nonsense. Whatever. Yeah, basically, yeah. Queens of a club pure jam. Queens without low frequency jam. But Yeah, I mean, really, really nice, nice value jam there, and then yeah, I mean, Kevin's hand is fine, but you know, What Kevin needs to do, he needs to go play some more PLO. If he played PLO, he would have just ran this on the turn. This is like a very no limit player sort of thing to do to decide that you're going to try and play the third street out of position with no money left. PLO players will just be like, fuck it, I'm pot committed. Get the money in.
Yeah, very nice hand though. Interesting.
Actually interesting. How often is like continue on turn via jam? Like how often is that? Is it just like
21% of the time? So
that's with fold included or no?
21% jam on the turn, 42% call, 37% fold.
Okay, that's way higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean the SPL is just low. You can't really, you know. Also, it's like we have a hand which is like kind of doing well against some of the bet calls, like stuff like 9-8. Like 9-8 is like dominating pocket eights in the ace-8. You know, if they have ace-8 of clubs, they're sort of, they only have a nut flush draw against this hand. You know. Also, some of the combo draws are just weaker against 9-8. We've got one of their outs blocked. So it just does like a little bit better in an all-in pot than a lot of other hands do. Yeah. I mean, it's a really scary fucking spot, to be honest. Imposition's supposed to mix checking back overpairs half the time on the turn. That's the I don't know if people do that. Maybe they'll bluff more to make up for it though. But Jesus, that's like you're running into it a lot more than a solver when you rip it here. Do people check back half their pocket queens on the turn? Like
just no way,
Jesus.
right? Like just
no way, 0%. Maybe people will find like raise and check back with ace. Oh, actually, aces is like raising and then basically never checking back the turn. So maybe people will get it the other way around. I don't know. Interesting spot there. Kevin could have got some EV dollars in the second run out though, which is very important rather than like going broke this way.
Okay.
It is kind of important.
I have two other hands that I wanted to go over that I thought looked very interesting. So give me a second because there were another table.
All right. I'll try and speed through these and then I'll shoot off.
Yeah, if you have to go, by the way, no worries. We always appreciate.
No, I'm like drying my hair as we're doing this. It's a long process.
Never just rocking the slick back, no?
I mean, sometimes unintentionally.
Oh no. Oh dear, man. Oh dear.
Okay, we already reviewed this.
Sometimes time gets away from you, and then, well, I mean, as it has now, but like sometimes it's really can't be late, and so then, or like the worst ones are ones where I'm just like I just come out of the shower and I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Like, where did all the time go? I've got a game which started half an hour ago, and I've got to run to that. Just looking like a drenched rat.
See, I'd be in between like being late and getting mogged for sure, man. Like it would be some sort of a calculation I'd have to make for sure. I'm not sure. Do I be 15 minutes more late and get mogged, or do I go there? Do you know what I mean?
Dyeing my hair is a long fucking process. If I wanted to look good, like because if I do it with a hairdryer, it takes like. If I do it with a hairdryer, it gets really frizzy. So I have to do it by hand, and there's a lot of it. This poker stream is going out the window. It's going to be like hair and beauty.
Yeah, man, could be.
We already did this hand earlier, Owen, so just gonna power through it. I'll play the whole thing, and then you can tell us what you think after.
All right.
This is a Davy open in the hijack. Yeah, you were at the table actually. Opens the hijack, Llama flats.
Oh my God.
Flats button, and King 5-3. He check calls a small bet, quarter, Deuce of diamonds. He check calls again, 75%. River queen, he checks. And Llama bets. And Davy calls again. And the showdown. And we talked extensively about this one, but yeah, curious what your thoughts are on it.
Oh, that's funny. Davy's so good at sniffing the shit out. That's why Davy's so fucking good, man. See, it's like literally the same. It's the same thing as the spot I played, except he doesn't get stacked. He doesn't even raise it small. He just sniffs it out and just doesn't pay it.
So you think like only a few players would find this line in the challenge, or just
I think some other people might find this line. I think the consistency with which Davy finds this line when he's beat is much higher.
Yeah.
A lot of times people people will know that a jack high flush is close, but they'll just call and the other guy will have the thin value bet that you were ahead of. I mean, obviously, you know, I don't want to be like mega results oriented about this, but I think the consistency with which Davy like makes these calls when raising is a mistake is very high. Or like basically, it's greater than random that I see him do this stuff. Yeah. He's got very good feel for these things. He's very tricky.
Yeah, I thought it was
He's very tricky.
If you're Llama here on the river, do you feel a little sick? That's, you know, the no more money went in, not necessarily an all in, but not even like a click or anything at any point.
He just won like $2,800. He can wipe his tears with the Benjamins.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it is a bit like, obviously it's irritating in that spot. I think honestly, it kind of depends. It sort of depends what mindset you have at that time, because you can sort of see it as information and being like, okay, well, I did this expecting that response. I didn't get it. Why didn't I get it? You know, and you can have it as like, it's like an interesting strategy consideration, or you can see it as or you can just see it as like frustration. You know, you can either use this constructively or not, basically.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's a little bit irritating, but it's how you use that, whether you use it to make more of an adjustment next time.
For sure. All right, then I got one last hand that I spotted earlier. Let me find it. I think it was with Flushy, I believe. Okay, I found it. So Flushy and Davy in this one. I didn't particularly see yet exactly what happened, so I'll go through it with you guys. It's a Flushy open under the gun, 2x. Davy flats the button. And we head to 10-7 deuce rainbow. Is this one of the easier boards to play, or because of the position?
Oh, I saw this hand.
Yeah.
This one's so nice. This is vintage, Davy.
Oh,
That's like something I'm going to look forward to. Yeah.
What about this board?
Sorry?
Does anyone want to comment about this board or this situation in general before we go further into the hand?
Should we get to the part where Davy owns Flushy Salt?
I mean, 10 high boards aren't as bad for the opener as maybe other people perceive.
Okay.
That's something worth mentioning.
Yeah.
If you can have offsuit 10x that other won't have as with no ante, that's for sure.
Not this position. It's a bit too early. Like, it'd be better if you were in hijack.
I'd hijack with them, yeah.
Yeah,
my
low jack is a bit more of a brick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Davy bets.
Yeah, hijack with them.
Davy bets 220. Is that how many sizings do we expect here when we check out a position?
B40, like Solver fucking loves B40. You know, someone's a nerd if they bust out the B40.
The reason here will be because Flushy will be far more suited dense, and B25 is just like not challenging that range enough. Whereas B40 starts to cause a few of the cuspy hands a few more issues. That would be the idea, I would imagine, why it would scroll up a bit, as it were.
Okay.
And you're not betting quite as much.
Yeah, but like you could just be so much less try hard and use half pot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I'm just saying, like anyone who uses B40, it's just so try hard. Like,
you could argue half pot does a better job even still than B40 here, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Solver will tell you you're wrong, but I'm with you.
Okay. Says no.
So we see a check raise from Flushy.
Yeah.
And
I mean, honestly, a little bit on the big side, just because a lot of your check raising range here is one pairs, and those one pairs don't really want to play all in. I mean, it's fine, don't get me wrong, but you see more like half pot check raises here, because you don't want to, like, yeah, you want to check raise a hand like jacks and queens, but you're not really rushing to play for the whole stack with them. Even if it runs out super clean, in position super set dense here, and it often won't run out clean. So you know, I mean, this is kind of nitpicking, but it's just like interesting to note that that's like something to consider in these spots.
Okay.
That's especially important if you were especially beyond even 100. Yeah, if somehow you're less than 100, then it goes the other way.
We do see a call, and the turn is a king of clubs, and Flushy leads for pots. What the hell is going on here?
You often say lead when you mean barrel. I'm just saying, like.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he checked.
Yeah. He goes for pot. This is interesting. I mean, so a lot of your
dampen size.
I would again rather see a smaller size so that we could keep betting. Like this is almost like, even if you turn the king here, this is quite awkward for a king, because you're kind of going to pop the turn, and then on river you're in a sort of weird spot where you're like, I mean, okay, sure, like maybe you can I mean, it's the same thing I was saying earlier, where like if you try and get jacks in even when the board runs out clean, like it's kind of the same with a king here. Like Davy can have turned king 10. He flats very wide on the button, so he could have had like king 7 with a backdoor and then like bet call the flop. He could also, just have sets. He could have his own like king queen with a backdoor flush draw and like bet call on the flop. So yeah, this is kind of getting a bit ahead. Flushy's basically saying he has sort of like king 10 plus at this point. And he's under the gun, so he shouldn't really have deuces, though I suspect he does. So I mean, it's fine. Like just by default, playing really polar ranges is always going to be a reasonable strategy. But I would rather be a bit less polar here, because I think Davy's range polarizes better. So you don't, even though you want to do some raising, you don't want to be playing for stacks all the time.
It's funny you said that about the deuces. Wasn't it Flushy who back raised versus Lama last Cash Game World Championship with ace 5 suited in small blind?
No, ace 7 suited, then the flop came 7-7-7, and Lama had aces. It was, oh my god, what a banger of a hand! It's so funny as well. It's 7-7-7. Fucking slot machine number pops up. Like, it's great.
We do see.
And then he goes half pot, and we get some vintage Davy. We get the min click in position. Oh my god.
Well, this is the issue that Flushy runs into running pot, because if he was to run, I think it's probably more of a traditional medium size here, pushing some slight advantage above the 10 because of overall range versus range thing. Davy will respond by having not all in raise against that strategy, so he should still probably do it against this if he's too linear. For like slightly too big of a size, because there's a lot of static equity still at Flushy's range, and Davy's pretty dense. But, yeah, it's interesting.
So what's the dilemma here for Flushy then? Does he have some hand that do this bet that he's in trouble with now in particular?
Yeah, his exact hand. Like that's what I mean. Like Davy sniffs it out. Like it's the same thing as the other one. The frequency with which he does this shit and someone else has the exact 0 EV hand is just unreal. And like Flushy is literally in a no-win situation. He's either going to fold a hand where he had how many outs did he have? He had like 10 outs. Maybe. Wait, am I doing that right? No, 9 outs? No, 8 outs? How many outs does he have? He has like 6, because Davy has like 10-9 of clubs, right? So, and Flushy has Jack 9 of spades. Sorry, spoilers. But what he has, he has 8 outs. He has, he's either going to fold 8 outs, that it's also a draw to the nuts, so it's worth more. If he comes over the top, like Davy has 10-9 of clubs, he's not doing this to fold, so then he just gets stacked. Or he calls and he just puts in a bunch of money behind and then like maybe donks some rivers. But then the thing is, one of the fun rivers for Flushy to donk would be the club coming in, and then Davy gets you every time. Like, this is why Davy's so cool, man. Like, this is why I'm a Davy stan. Like, he just plays hands like this so often, and then the other person, like, literally, because I've been on the other end of this so many times playing him heads up as well, where it's like he just has. You just have like the exact hand where you feel like there's no winning. It's like, what the fuck do I do to solve this problem? Like, what is the answer that I pick? And there isn't one. Like, he just sniffed out what you had early on. But I don't know. This shit is great. I love this hand.
So in retrospect, Flushy is meant to fold the turn, or is he like somewhat indifferent because of the price?
I mean, yeah, it's like I think basically his thought was, oh, I can call, he'll put me on a combo draw, and then I can donk flushes. I think that's how he justified calling the turn, which is why Davy having clubs fucks him up so hard. Like, that's why it's so good. It's like it's just the last reason that you start thinking like, oh, I'm getting a really good price, maybe I get there, and then the thing which maybe makes you like pushes you over the edge here is thinking, oh yeah, and I can donk if the flush comes in. But
yeah,
you fucking can't. He's got that covered.
That's cool.
Feels like he kind of trolled with flop checkers and turn size, to be honest. Like, real fucks the pot for him, man.
I mean, yeah, but like it's never that big a mistake to play polar. Like you can just do this as part of your strategy and execute, which I imagine like Flushy's just decided that because he plays he plays a lot more heads up than he does six banks, I think. So he's probably not used to this dynamic. And unless you're going to do a ton of time studying this exact dynamic where you have like the wide but uncapped out of position range versus like the condensed in position range, which flops a ton of sets. Like, unless you're going to study exactly how to play that, which he probably should, considering he min raises, so everyone flats him in position a ton. But unless you're going to do that, playing polar is sort of a nice crutch in a way, because it's like he's not going to fuck that up. He knows how to construct a polar range. He knows what he has. The problem is that like Davy also knows how to fuck with that polar range.
Yeah, I see. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm just looking at. Yeah, apparently his hand's like a 1 BB call on the turn, 1 BB call against the exact min raise. So yeah, I guess you just call and then. Yeah, and then you just like you just mix donk jamming this as a bluff on the club rivers. Yeah, I mean it's like it's a fine play. Like the thing, Flushy hasn't really made a mistake given the system that he like plays here. I think Davy's just made quite a nice play to like fuck with what he's doing, and also the problem is, not the problem necessarily, but the thing is, it's like, you know, Flushy kind of gets away with this, just playing this sort of simplified polar game tree, if you don't mess with him. You know. so again, this is the thing. Like, but Davy will. Davy's not going to let you get away with it. He's not going to just go, oh, he's polar, so I just let him realize all his equity. He's still going to raise you.
But those clicks,
cheap when you play against Davy.
those clicks by
Sorry?
Davy, do they exist in theory, or like does he just do it more than theory as an exploitative thing, or like what's the deal exactly? Because I feel like he's one of the only ones I see do this a lot.
Yeah, they exist in theory. Like that's the thing. That they're a low frequency thing, so it's easy to be like, oh, I'm not going to bother with them. But then the thing is, if you can have high accuracy on like finding the spots,
Yeah.
then obviously they're adding a bunch of EV, right? So it's like, so you gotta, the thing that's the thing. Like Davy's so good at doing. There was a time when I started looking at how he played all this stuff, and I just really tried way too hard to emulate it, and I just like burned a bunch of money. It's really hard to play as well as he does with this like equity denial stuff, and he's so good at it. God, I gotta go to his PLO game. I could nerd out about how Davy denies equity for ages, but I can't. I can't give way too much source. I spent so long looking at it. He's so good at it. But yeah, I'm such a fanboy for the way Davy plays turns.
Have fun.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye, guys. See ya.
All right.
Yeah.
See you
Yeah.
later. All right, guys.
I could imagine in this hand actually as well with regards to turn that Davy can find a bunch of like. I mean, obviously he has 10-9 of clubs here, but I mean, I would spread to the fact that plus your min raisers. You don't. You'll be able to VPip like the 8-7-7-6s as non-free bets as well, right? On the button, I imagine in this format, and those hands would also make perfect sense, I imagine, to find their way to this stage, right? Because yeah.
Is there ever a world where Asian Fleshy has like a 6-7 of clubs here?
How this had played potentially, like
Yeah.
it could exist for both of them, which is pretty hilarious.
So I guess in some way, well, I guess Asian Fleshy's never gonna have a 10-9 clubs that plays this way. So.
Oh no, yeah, for sure, yeah. So Davy does maybe he looks at the efficiency of 10-9 even better against that kind of combo, yeah.
Potentially, I'm not sure how like significant of a thing that is though.
All right, guys. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much to all of you who joined the stream, and you guys are welcome back anytime that you want on it. And if you have any parting words or shout outs, now is the time. So let's go through all of you guys. Willie?
Nothing from me, man. Cheers. That's appreciated.
All right, thank you. Sherry?
Yeah.
No shout outs, thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Welcome back anytime. And Bowie?
No, not really. It was fun. It's obviously a different community of people that I'm usually with, but often didn't go with poker, so yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for being on. You're welcome back anytime, same as everybody else. Just drop me a message whenever you want to be on. And if you do schedule an anti-game, please let me know, and I'll make it a point to try and be there and stream that as well.
Yeah, I talk to Decky quite a lot, so I'll poke him about it. See if we can schedule a day or two, and I'll let you know.
Got it. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Good one, man.
Later. All right, guys, that's it for now. As always, big love to all the viewers who tuned in, hang out with us, and especially to our guests as well. We had at the top of the show Berbatov, Hierophant, and then Bowie Effect joined, Sherry Sweet, Ablis, and then finally Prodigy checking in with us. I love how Prodigy, by the way, wait, what did he say exactly? He said he'll join for 15-20 minutes max, and he was there for 50 minutes. Just saying. I absolutely love his enthusiasm for poker and strategy. So yeah, that's it for now, guys. We're back either later tonight or tomorrow. It really depends, like if the action will get going at night. But once again, big love to all of you. Make sure to give a follow to Coin Poker and PokerStrategy on all their socials. Shout out to all the shout-outers. Shout out to you, Misha. Shout out to you, sir. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Much love, everyone. Laters. Peace.